Looking for a more affordable entry into bush plane flying? How about paramotoring, aka the dirt bike of the sky? Paramotoring STOL is the next best thing, and this adventure motor that you wear on your back is your ticket to getting airborne quick. At Aviator Paramotor, our 2-week training takes you from zero to hero.
Sunrise this morning, it was beautiful. There was a thin layer of fog flying. It's just like all the stress and all that kind of just floats away. It's really peaceful.
From no experience to feeling confident and competent flying on your own. Let the team at Aviator Paramotor in Lake Wales, Florida teach you your new superpower of running into the sky. Classes are filling up quick, but there are spots available today, so call now. Side effects include, but not limited to, significant life changes, foot drags, ear-to-ear smiles. Find the extreme freedoms of ripping around the skies in your new adventure motor with friends.
The world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page. With each new adventure, another page is written, another story etched upon the soul. It is time to embrace the uncharted, the extraordinary. It's not the years in your life that count, but the life in your years. The world is a book.
Welcome everyone to free practice of the third stop of the National STOL Series. This is the first ever Arklahoma STOL. We're actually doing a ribbon cutting ceremony later today to kick off the official opening of this amazing airport community development. Today we are at the beautiful Patriot Airpark in Pocola, Oklahoma. If you're looking at the sectional, you can find it under Semper Fi Landing. This is the inaugural stop for the 400-acre affordable luxury airpark with runway 13 and 31 in use. It's an all-grass 2,300-foot runway, 430 foot above mean sea level, and an earlier rain in the weekend has made it a little sloppy. A record attendance of 50 pilots from around the U.S. here today, and some making the journey all the way from Canada.
This one's got me kind of puzzled. I can't put my finger on it. I know it's a fuel issue, but I've checked pumps, I've checked jets. There's the culprit right there.
I'm your sideline co-host reporter Reese Dockhand, and my good friend Super Aero Ryan Dombrowski's in the booth.
What's up, STOL freaks and av geeks? We are so happy to have you here today. I'll be taking you through today's practice, giving details on our competitors and their aircraft. But before we kick this thing off, let's go back down to Reese Dockhand, who's at the field, to give us a look at today's course.
Short takeoff and landing competitions are simple. We have the pilots here competing in separate classes to get the lowest score possible. As you see behind me, we have the start-finish line, so let's start with the takeoff.
This runway is marked with a start-finish line, and as a competitor parks their main gear on the line, they apply power and position their aircraft to get off the ground as soon as possible. Once their main gear leaves the ground, a line judge will mark their takeoff score using the measuring line along the side. This score will be added to the pilot's landing score on this heat. The landing is in two parts. It's either over the line and counted, or if the pilot's main gear touches down before the line, or even touches the line, this heat score is scratched and results on a landing disqualification, and the pilot will have to rely on another takeoff and landing score to get them on the podium. A quick look at our aircraft shows we have two types of landing gear, tricycle and tail draggers. On the tail dragger aircraft, the score is marked from the two main wheels toward the front of the airplane. And for tricycle landing gear, the score is marked by the two main gear in the rear of the aircraft. It's a fierce competition out here, but at the end of the day, it's all about building better and safer pilots in the skies.
It's a great day for STOL competitions. Let's get it started.
Thanks so much, Reese, and welcome everybody to Arklahoma STOL. We're getting ready for our open practice session here in Pocola, Oklahoma. That's got a nice ring to it. That's fun to say. Like to say, this rings comes out of the mouth real nice. We're gonna get started in just a little bit. Competitors are prepping their aircraft for practice. A lot of action happening on the field today as we get ready for competition tomorrow. You can see we're here on runway 13 at Patriot Airpark, and we've got a little bit of construction happening. We've had a lot of rain come through the past few days, and the folks here at Patriot Airpark are taking care of that, making us safe taxiways, putting some sand in, things getting as much as possible ready to go for tomorrow. A little mud never scares some bush pilots, though. They like a little mud on their tires. Before we kick off practice today, we've got a few things we've got to take care of. First, if you could please rise for the national anthem. And in honor of our hosts here at Patriot Airpark, we'd also like to play the Marine Corps hymn. So excited to have all of you here today, either watching in person here at beautiful Patriot Airpark. This is my first time being here. It is a stunning location. This is a place you could actually live in a little bit. We're getting ready to split up the property here, and people can build homes and live right on a little slice of aviation heaven here in Oklahoma. A lot of things you can look forward to this weekend in addition to the competition. I see a trailer off in the distance that says helicopter rides. Very exciting. Maybe I could get one of those for myself. Also, lots of great people to go check out and visit during practice today. We've got Patriot Aircraft, Flying Eyes, PappyAero.com. I see some tents over there. Of course, the National STOL merch tent off in the distance, a great thing to visit. Like Reese mentioned at the top of the show, we are here on runway 13. If you're following along at home, Oscar Lima 42. That's Oscar Lima 42. The runway here, the landing strip is Semper Fi Landing. So if you want to follow along at home or on ForeFlight or Garmin Pilot, any of those flight apps, you can find out and see where we're at. And we've got a really exciting day for you planned as pilots get ready for competition tomorrow. Currently have 42 of the 50 pilots that have registered for the event in attendance already. More on the way. Of course, a little bit of weather came through just before competition. You can see the runway's got some dark spots, a little muddy. And like we mentioned, we've got some sand and gravel going in to make the taxiways safe for the pilots. And I got to say, that's an incredible thing to have something happen that quickly to keep us all together. What we do here in National STOL, you heard about how the competition is scored. Really what we're doing is we're simulating bush flying, backcountry flying. Look at all these aircraft out in front of us here. So amazing, all these fat tire bush planes, big tires. You're also going to see some airplanes that are maybe a little more typical for general aviation fly today and tomorrow. But what we're trying to do is simulate going to a river, landing on that sandbar, getting out your fishing rod, maybe doing some fly fishing in the river, or landing on a mountaintop, landing in the backcountry, maybe a place that literally no other person has ever been. That's the kind of access that general aviation and bush flying can do for you. You can see here we're showing some backcountry, some flying on the broadcast for folks. It's a lot of fun. We are one big aviation family, and I got to tell you, if you're considering getting into aviation, learning how to fly, or just participating in it in the way that you can, right? Obviously, like full-size aircraft are very expensive, but fly a drone, fire up a sim. Actually, you can fly in eSTOL on the simulator at home. They just had a competition last weekend. Pilots from all over the world competing digitally. There's a lot of different ways that you can follow your aviation dream, model aircraft. There's some STOL model remote control aircraft you can fly. So a lot of different ways to get involved. You don't always have to fly a Cessna 180 like Warren Grobelar, who's on the circuit, does. Literally can take off right out of a plowed field or right off of that sandbar and follow your dreams and get a little space. That's what I like about it. You can get a little space. Couple other things we need to do as we get ready for practice here. I want to make sure that you know all about a vote that you can do if you're watching at home or in person here in Oklahoma. Go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote. You can vote for your fan favorite, and the stakes are real. It's not just bragging rights. The fan favorite pilot from every event does win some prizes. So vote for who makes you the happiest, the person you think performed the best, or maybe just the plane with the coolest paint scheme. However you want to do it, we want you to go there and vote. nationalstol.com/vote. So if you're watching at home, and actually everyone, if you're in the crowd today, what kind of a cool thing you could do is you could load up on your iPhone or your tablet or whatever you got. If you got some cell reception, you can actually watch the broadcast live and see what the folks at home are seeing. So you're going to be able to see the scores and see some onboard camera footage, things like that. What the folks at home are seeing right now is, I'll describe it to you here in Oklahoma, is an example of that flying. That's Brian Steck there. Just landing there in 221. If I'm not mistaken, Rick Boardman there landing on that sandbar, another one of our pilots. And this is what you're trying to do when you're doing bush flying. You're landing in the backcountry. Obviously only landing places that are approved and legal. Look at all those planes landing on that sand beach by the river there. You just get that amazing access to places that you could normally not get access to. Jeff Pohl and Dirty Bird there coming in for approach over that sandbar as well. And if you'll notice, not all of these aircraft are massive, crazy, high-performance bush planes. They're all bush planes, and they're all, I guess, high-performance by default. But you don't have to be a Dan Reynolds. You don't have to be a Steve Henry or a Jeff Pohl to do this kind of flying. You just need to get trained up, get proficient, and you could be landing somewhere like that, right on a beautiful river, or quite frankly, landing here at Semper Fi Landing at Patriot Airpark. We are gearing up for practice. It's about 10 minutes before the aircraft launch for practice, and I want to show you something. We're overcoming some adversity today with the mud and the rain that has fallen. And actually, this is the third event of the National STOL season, and we are no strangers to mud this season. We have Swamp STOL as the inaugural event this season, and let me tell you, folks, if you weren't there, it was swampy. We all ended up buying mud boots at the local big box stores just to keep ourselves dry. So that's definitely a thing that we're no stranger to here at National STOL. No one's afraid of a little mud. I can see Reese Stockhand, our silo reporter, is right in front of me now, and he's got mud all up in his legs already. So it's going to be one of those days, but we're hoping you're ready to enjoy it. Speaking of overcoming adversity, though, someone on the circuit that you've got to pay attention to is Justin Tisdale. Justin Tisdale in the Zenith STOL aircraft. You're going to see him fly this weekend. He has had a lot of adversities overcome, and we were actually with him. Our film crew was with him when he had some engine problems and had to get an engine swap super fast. So I want to tell that story for you right now. Let's take a look at that. Justin Tisdale
coming across
the
Florida
fly.
line, and I started overheating a little bit. Wound up having my motor go out on me over Quincy, Florida. Landed, come to find out, head gasket went out, and also there was a bunch of stuff plugging up the radiator, so lines couldn't fully circulate. So that was why that was happening. It was pressurizing my system. I wound up kind of making a decision to pull it, so I just went and got one and put it in. Took about a day to put in, a day to test. Figured out the radiator issue, pulled the radiator, and there was a core line in the radiator. It was kind of dark black, which means that it was hot. There wasn't anything getting through it, so we figured it out. Part of it, we're out here running these machines at 6,000 RPM. The unfortunate part is when you're not cooling them correctly, like what was happening to mine, it'll get hot and blow the head gasket. It's been awesome to fly it up the East Coast for the last 4 or 5 days. 9,000 mile motor. Got super lucky to find it and put it in.
So that was Justin Tisdale swapping a motor in no time flat. That's actually one of the great things about experimental aviation. And let me tell you a little bit about that as we get ready to go. You're going to see 2 different types of aircraft practicing today. You're going to see a lot of types of aircraft, but there's 2 categories that they kind of fit in. And one is what we call certificated aircraft, certified aircraft. And those are aircraft, you think about like your Cessnas or your So certified aircraft like a Cessna 172 or a Super Cub, these are built exactly to FAA certification standards, things like that. And then we have experimental aircraft. Experimental aircraft are super cool. Not that the other planes aren't, but experimental aircraft, things like a Rans S7 you're going to see fly later today, or Justin Zenith, they're aircraft that are actually built by the pilots at home. And there's some rules around how much help you can get. You need to build over 50% of the aircraft yourself. And it allows you to learn, to educate, experiment, and that's where a ton of innovation in general aviation happens, is in experimental aviation. And so some of the aircraft here that you see are actually built by their pilots. The Chinook, Dan Reynolds Chinook, is another one that you can build, buy a kit and build at home. And what's great about that is, 1, you get maybe more performance per dollar, but 2, You can tailor the aircraft to exactly what you want. And 3, oftentimes, but not always, you're going to see some really expensive experimental aircraft as well. These are airplanes that you can get a little more affordably because you're putting in the labor instead of folks in a factory. So 2 sides of it. We'll walk you through it as we go. But getting really excited to get going here. We've got pilots repositioning, getting ready for practice. I see our other sideline reporter, Christine Boggy, is out there getting ready to bring some interviews to you in a little bit with some of the pilots. It's going to be a really fun day here in Pocola, Oklahoma. And I'm sure there's a local somewhere in the crowd that can give me a thumbs up if I'm pronouncing that correctly. He raised his hand. I don't know if your thumb is up or down. Up. Good. Pocola or Pocola? Pocola. All right. We got it figured out. Thank you for your assistance, my friend. Pocola. Make sure to tune in this year, all year basically, for the National STOL Circuit. So far, we've been in Jennings, Louisiana for Swamp STOL, which was super muddy. And then we also just got back from Virginia Beach at Heritage STOL at a military aviation museum, which was absolutely incredible. Next up, we'll be in Moses Lake for the Moses Lake Air Show in Moses Lake, Washington. And then later in June, two competitions in June, we're going to be in Clarion, Pennsylvania for Appalachian Mountain STOL. So if you're in those parts of the country, please come out and say hi. We'd love to meet you. One of the coolest things that happened, although I didn't get to go, so I don't know how cool it is, in Virginia Beach at Heritage STOL, if you're familiar with the history of flight, you know that we were very close to a very special place. And let's learn a little bit more about how our bush pilots went and landed at Kitty Hawk.
A bunch of us came in early. We were like, hey, let's go down to Kitty Hawk. Mr. Bill, Brandon, JB, and me, and Ed. We cruised down the coast, dude, at like 120, 500 foot right at the minimums and waving at everyone. It was so cool. We landed at Kitty Hawk, which is, the first flight. Landed there, went around, got to see the Wright brothers plane, the field that they landed it in. And, man, it was an experience. I never thought I'd ever see that place. And it's cool to come out and do this stuff. We went from there down to the beach. We landed, walked out to the beach, sat there talking to all the people that were fishing, man. They're laughing, having a good time. We came right over their cars, landing, hung out for a little bit, put our feet in the water, and then got back up and headed up here. And it was a good time, man. This is what it's about. Like, the competition's fun, but it's more fun to take everyone out and go beachland, go to a couple different places, and just experience the other side of it, not just competition. And it's like a big brotherhood, and a big family. And I'm lucky to be a part of it.
So that was Justin again with the crew that went down to Kitty Hawk to first flight. I missed that trip, and I'm a little jealous, but there's always next year. Heritage STOL was an excellent event. We saw a lot of warbirds flying off that grass strip, the same grass strip that our airplanes were taking off of. And actually at the Military Aviation Museum there, they have a huge collection of flying aircraft, flying military historic aircraft, and they take off and land. I mean, the runway is quite long compared to our competition runway, and they take off, and it's actually, they've got even an authentic World War II control tower on the field there, and it just feels really amazing. Cool place to be if you're an Av geek, much like where we are right now. So, gearing up, we've got about 2 minutes before things fire up for practice. Here's what you want to look for today. 1, this is a new airport for our competitors, especially some of them that came in maybe last night or this morning. So, getting ready for competition, they want to get their sight picture. That's what pilots call it. you want to get your sight picture dialed in so you know where you want to do your traffic pattern. We've got air bosses here that help coordinate and keep everyone safe and separated. And so they're teaching them how to get into the pattern and ready to go. And then they're also just going to try to figure out the conditions. All these trees, this hill that the villa is on, they all contribute to the way the wind flows over the runway. And we want to make sure that as pilots, we're dialed in. When we're on the edge of performance like that, we want to make sure that we've got it all dialed in. So that's what today is for as well, is to say, okay, if the wind's blowing from this direction and there's this bank of trees, that's what I got to look out for when I'm over the line if the wind's coming from this direction. And now, as we gear up, I want to throw it over to my friend in the field, Christine Boggy's in the field. Who do you got there, Christine?
Hey, Ryan, I'm over here with Brian Shirley. He flies a Legend MOAC. He flew in from Kansas today, correct?
Kansas.
Yep.
Yep.
And how was that for you with all these storms and everything?
Oh, it was nice. We were behind the front and had a little bit of a tailwind. Could have had a better flight. It was awesome. Had a great day.
That's great. So now you have not competed in this plane, or you have the first one of this year?
I have last year. Last year in Pinedale, Wyoming was my first competition up there. And then I think I went to Nashville, for the second one, the Nationals in Sulphur Springs in November. Yeah.
Okay. And so what are you kind of expecting from this competition? Practice today? What are you going to be working on? What's your focus?
Just practice day. Just try to feel the air out, what the air is like down here. I'm from a lot higher altitude than this company or this country, so it's kind of feeling the airplane out. I really don't have any adjustments to do on the airplane other than maybe a prop pitch setting to see that it pulls better. I kind of practiced this week and I didn't practice very good, so I need to get warmed up a little bit. I need to wake up a little bit, I think.
So what were those things that you felt that you were struggling on that you really need to work on in this practice?
I made some changes to the airplane, moving some weight around, and didn't like it, and I ended up just putting it back like I had it. So I don't feel like I gained anything this week, but I've been rusty. I haven't flown a lot the last couple of weeks.
Hey, well, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what you're here for to do, is practice today. And
yeah, it's all fun. I mean, obviously, the guy comes here and he wants to win, and it's worth a try. I was second last time at Jennings, Louisiana, at Swamp Stoll. So, this competition is always tough here. All the guys are here to do well. So it's fun. You want to have fun first, and if you win something, that's a bonus.
Have fun, be safe, and maybe push it up to first place. We'll see.
All right, we'll give it a try. That's the idea.
All right, back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. I love Brian. Brian, one of the cool things about him over the last couple of years is watching him fly so many different aircraft as he gets more and more competitive in National STOL. That MOAC that he's flying, that Legend aircraft MOAC, the mother of all Cubs. Such a high-performing airplane. We'll talk about it when you see it fly. It's got slats. It's got big tires. He's going to work on the prop. It's going to be so cool to see. You can see some activity now on the airfield as our first heat of practice is about to kick off. And one of the challenges for you and me, all of us at National STOL today during practice, is the heats. The heats are mixed class. So the way that National STOL works beyond the base that Reese taught you earlier is all the aircraft are organized in classes. And I'll give you a brief overview now. But basically, we've got classes like the touring class. These are your Cessna 180s, 182s, maybe a 210, 205. Mauls. These are aircraft that are typically between the gross weight of 2,300 and 3,600 pounds. Got the backcountry class. That's the Citabrias, the Huskies, the Stinsons, the larger Taylor craft. We've got a Swamp Monster that comes by every once in a while. And we also have the Cessna 170s. The Cessna 170 Bravos in particular, very competitive in the backcountry class. Otherwise, 1,321 to be exact, to 2,300 pounds. Adventure class, this is your Carbon Cub EXs or FX, Dakota Super 18, the Legend aircraft. I want to see one in person. I haven't seen the Savage Outback Shock. Say that 3 times fast would be in this class. It's also where you see the Super Cubs, Top Cubs, things like that. Otherwise, they are certificated as experimental. We talked about that before. With a gross weight above 1320 pounds. And then there's the sport class, and that's one where it gets a little loud sometimes because we've got these really light aircraft with high power to weight ratios. These are your Carbon Cub S2s, RANS S7 LS, maybe a Super Legend. The Just Aircraft Highlander and Super STOL might be in this class. Those are aircraft typically definitely under 1,320 pounds. There's also a rookie class you're going to see this weekend. That's exactly what it sounds like for the rookies. All aircraft models and types, and they're there to put a first competition in and compete in maybe a lower stress environment than normal competition. It's a great class because not only do people get to compete in that lower stress environment, it's also a place when you come in the rookie class, a lot of the pilots, you got the veterans like Brian Shirley that we just heard from with Christine. They're going to come take you under their wing, no pun intended, and they're going to teach you what they know. We want everyone to be safe and to win. There's a lot of camaraderie in the competitor pool. Once you win the rookie class, you cannot be a rookie again. And then, very exciting, we have the unlimited class. And this is literally an anything goes type class. The unlimited class is the premier class for prizes and awards. There's a cash prize that gets, the cash registration fee for them, and then that cash prize gets compiled. A cash purse is given to the winner. This is a class that you're going to see folks like Hal Stockman, Steve Henry compete in. All the folks doing like really high-end modifications, they're going to be in that unlimited class. We'll talk more about that class when we get there today. Now, we talked before about the backcountry class, and Christine's got someone from the backcountry class. He's a good friend of mine. You might hear him on the mic every once in a while. Who you got there, Christine?
Hey Ryan, I'm over here with Matt Peterson, who flies the Intruder, and I just got a sticker, so I feel pretty special.
That's right.
So Matt, tell me about your aircraft.
Okay, this is a 1957 stock Cessna 172. They hadn't started calling it the Skyhawk yet, so it's a C-172. It's got the Continental 0300 with 145 horsepower. Uses a lot of oil. That's just one of the things those motors do. I have 650 hours on this particular airplane. I used it for business back when I was a commander in the Army, and I have flown a lot of Young Eagles in that airplane. Not as many as Jeff Abrams.
And it looks like we're having some technical difficulties with Christine and Matt there. But Christine, if you can hear this, I need a sticker from Matt from the Intruder as well. You can bring one back. Or Matt could bring one to me, too. He's my friend. He should hook me up. I've actually had the privilege of riding with Matt in his aircraft back at Sun and Fun a couple of years ago and had a great time with him riding around, him showing me how he flies that thing, and it is really, really great flying that he did. And he, I think he had his shortest score at the time, his personal best after that, and I guess I was his good luck charm. Again, just gearing up for practice here at Semper Fi Landing here at Patriot Airpark. We're getting ready to kick things off for you soon. And I'm just kind of looking through the competitor list. It is deep. We've got everyone coming from Brandon Korn in a Cessna 205. He's one to watch. John McCardle should be here, it looks like, from Omaha, Nebraska, who unseated Brandon last month at the Military Aviation Museum. Backcountry class is pretty full. So you've got Matt Peterson in the backcountry class. We just heard from him a little bit. Also expecting to see Jerry Clemens in an Aviat Husky. Scott Sweet coming back to the circuit in his Belanca Scout. Ed Smith in the 170 Bravo. It's going to be fun to watch. Adventure class filling out with newcomer who actually unseated the sport class in the adventure class last month, James Barkheimer, in a 2009 Cub Crafters EX. Normally what we see is the champion of the event is typically someone in sport class, and James did a reverse Uno card on that, and in the adventure class stole the show. You're also going to see Jeff McMahon in his Super Cub replica, and Brian Shirley, who Christine was talking to earlier, in the MOAC. Actually, lots of MOACs in that class, in adventure class. It is deep. Sport class, you're going to see folks like Eddie Sanchez in the Just Aircraft Highlander. You're also going to see Joel Milloway in the Tiger Shark, Rans S7. Pat McIntyre, also in an S7. Nick Ardillo will be flying for you today, I imagine, in the 2014 Carbon Cub SS. And Justin Tisdale, who you saw earlier in the 2021 Zenith 750 STOL. Rookie class, pretty deep rookie class as well. And folks, I don't know if you saw it taxing by there. We got a 2023 Quicksilver MX Super, which is super cool to see. I don't know if we've ever seen one of those in competition. That's the one that looks like more pipe than fabric or wing. Another Rans S7, Brandon Rice in the rookie class. Michael Ribordi in an experimental PA-22 or 20. It's been the Piper Pacer or Tri-Pacer. Must have been modified in some way. We'll find out more about that. Another Rans S. It's going to be a Rans S7 kind of weekend. And we've got a 172 as well, flown by William Frierenmuth. Unlimited class this weekend is going to be a grudge match between Hal Stockman and the 2018 Rans S7S. It's a little different than the others when you take a look at it. And Dan Reynolds in the 1983 Chinook Valdez Special. Dan Reynolds was up in Valdez actually just a little bit ago for that annual STOL comp. I believe a mechanical took him out of competition in Valdez, but he is one to watch. We've had landings as short from Dan Reynolds this season as 10 feet, which is, as the kids say these days, bonkers. And by the way, Dan is your international competitor all the way from Dawson, Canada. So that's a little bit of the spread of what we're going to see during practice today. If you are watching at home or in person here in Oklahoma, we'd love to have you load up that live stream. Go to nationalstol.com, and you can see the link to click to watch it. You can actually ask me and our co-hosts various questions about what you're seeing. And Tasty Basie says, shout out to all pilots who fly Young Eagles. Y'all rock. Actually, you want to make a difference if you're a pilot. You want to grow aviation and help people find the passion and the camaraderie and the family that we all experience and why we're all here this weekend. Young Eagles is a great way to introduce people to that. I've flown a couple in on my day, and it is an amazing experience to fly them. Seeing some activity off in the competitor pits. It looks like Matt Peterson is taxiing by. He's got his aircraft started up. See Brian Shirley hanging out under the wing, getting ready for his turn. Going to be an excellent day. I think I see Nick Ardillo off in the distance there waving at us. Nice hat, Nick. Looking good. And now we've got Christine. It looks like Christine is back. Christine Boggy, our sideline reporter with Brandon Korn. Christine, say hi to Brandon for me.
It's got to be good.
All right, hey Ryan, I'm here with Brandon Korn, and he's a veteran here. He's been doing this for quite a while. He went to the first 2 competitions this year. Now tell us about what you're flying.
I got the Cessna 205 and got an MT prop on it and Sportsman STOL kit, and it's got 29-inch tires on it. It's pretty tough.
You don't see many planes like this with 29-inch tires, huh?
No, you don't. And plus, this is the load hauler of the group, so I have all the camping gear and all the tools.
Very nice. Now, coming up in this competition, you have John McCardle to go up against. He's a newcomer last year. So what are your thoughts on him, and what do you expect out of this competition?
Well, he's really getting good in that maul. And that maul, you know, it should outperform my airplane, but I can give him a good run for his money, and I've been working on some things while I was back at home. A little tuning on the engine, a little tuning on the balance of the airplane. So didn't get a whole lot of practice time in during the off time, but we got a little practice, and I'm here to put some good runs in.
Now, John has had some issues with his engine during this off time. Do you think that's going to give you any advantage here, or do you think we're still even keel and we're going to see what's going to happen?
Well, I hopefully got it all fixed because I want to beat him fair and square. But I had engine problems as well and fuel injection problems, so I think I got them all dialed in, and I got the 205 running strong. But I'm hoping his is running strong as well, so we can have a good heads-ahead race.
All right, sounds good. Well, I hope this practice goes well for you and you get things all underway exactly how you need them, and we'll be good to go. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much, Christine and Brandon. Can't wait to watch you fly this afternoon. I will be joined just in a minute with a special guest who's we're just getting situated in the booth
This
here.
is cutting in and out pretty bad.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't think his feed is.
We just had, there he goes, a little sporty takeoff there for the Intruder, flown by Matt Peterson, and now we're all situated. I've got my new friend Trevor Aldridge is in the booth with me, and we met last year, I think, at Lone Star.
Lone Star, yeah, that was my first event.
So first of all, tell people a little bit about yourself. Who are you? What are you doing in life? You're adventuring all over the place, man.
Yeah, I just like flying airplanes, whatever it is, whatever I can get my hands on. So I did the military for active duty for about 14 years, flew for the Air Force, got out, still do the reserves. I fly for the airlines, but this is the kind of flying I really like to do.
Yeah, and if you want to, maybe I'll just cut to the chase. People should check out your Instagram and your social stuff because it's literally like a different airplane every day, and everything from jets. You're doing training for the military still? Like
Yeah. So in the T-38, I get to teach fighter fundamentals, so dogfighting, bomb dropping, that kind of stuff, to the new young fighter pilots before they go on. So yeah, one day I'll be in that, and then come home, hop in the Patriot, and fly home, and jump in another plane. It's not uncommon for me to fly 3 airplanes in one day.
I feel like I've seen you post like, "Oh, I'm commuting to work. What a drag!" And you're like flying the as a joke, right? You're flying the Patriot or something like that to go fly the T-38s. Like that's a real life thing that you get to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
So talk to me about, and it looks like we've got Matt Peterson now coming in on finals. We've got just a second, but talk to me a little bit about how you found bush flying.
Honestly, just where I live. It looks like the crosswinds have kicked up here a little bit. He's going around. Probably a good call. So for me, it was honestly where I live. So I live here in the northwest corner of Arkansas, kind of in the Ozarks, and had some really good instructors that were there that took me out in their malls or their cubs or whatever. And I was like, man, this is absolutely amazing. There's so many. We've got 70 different backcountry strips within an hour flight. And
wow.
Every place, not only is it, Idaho's great, but what's really cool about here is that every place has something to do. So here, like next week, I'm going to go up with my buddy, take the Patriot up there, throw the kids in the back and all of our camping equipment. We're going to camp out. We're going to have an outfitter come out. We're going to go float down the river, there's things to do when you get there, which is what's really cool about the strips out here.
I was kind of waxing poetic about landing on sandbars and landing on mountaintops at the top of the broadcast, but that's a really cool thing to be able to like bring everyone in, get the family in, get all your stuff in, and then now we're going to go have an adventure.
Exactly. That's what it's all about, is these are adventure airplanes, and that's what's really fun about it.
I'm sure people are curious, how does you've got a certain skill set as a fighter pilot. How does that skill set apply to bush flying?
Less than you would think. A lot less than you would think. Honestly, it's been an incredible learning curve for me, and that's one of the things I love about aviation so much is that so many people will get in their niche of aviation, but it's such a broad spectrum of what you can do. And so while coming from the military, I had airmanship and I knew how to handle an aircraft, but coming in behind the power curve on these airplanes and landing short is a completely different game. And I love that you can, as an aviator, constantly challenge yourself with new things, whether it's backcountry flying or civilian aerobatics or gliders or helicopter, whatever it is, right? There's so many different opportunities. I was coming in low this time. So many different opportunities to do that. Let's see how he does it. He is right off the runway here.
Yeah, just tickling the tops of the grass.
You can see his right wing down too because of that crosswind.
Pretty smooth landing for the Colonel there. Got to get it heavy on the brakes. I feel like he was carrying a lot of energy in compared to what he normally does. But you mentioned that the crosswinds looked like they were kicking up, and I'm wondering, I just pulled up the weather. Oh, it's forever ago. I was like, I wonder what it's doing over at Fort Smith. But that's a very old. We'll get a new wind check for you in just a second. And maybe once he dismounts there, depending when he's done practicing, I bet Christine will come get a PIREP from him. So finding the passion for the bush flying, and it is varied enough from, I guess, I feel weird calling it work, but work flying for you. Is that a hard transition to keep those two things separate? Like, I think about that a lot. Like, I've got friends who are just general aviation pilots who own two aircraft and eventually, I'm not flying either of these enough to stay proficient. How do you stay proficient at work and at bush flying, and how do you manage that as a pilot?
I mean, flying a lot helps, right? With currency, just flying a ton helps a lot. But yeah, it's wild. I'll take the Patriot to Texas to go, serve the military training, and I'll land at 28 miles an hour, and then I'll turn around and an hour later I'm flying a T-38 where my final approach speed's at 180 knots.
That's fast.
That's
a big number.
It's a big number. It's faster than the Patriot could even go, right? So there definitely is a transition there. But honestly, it's just like anything else in aviation. The more you do it, the more practice and experience you get. Helps you make sure that you're staying current on everything.
Looks like Matt's heading back into the pits and kind of digging through some mud over there. It has been pretty wet. When did you get into Patriot Airpark?
We met them at Arkansas last year.
Okay.
And they didn't really have a name yet. They have this incredible location. So we came out and checked out what was there and really decided that a collaboration with Patriot Aircraft to have this as Patriot Airpark made a lot of sense. It's backcountry. It's adventurous. There's a wonderful river right over there to go run and lots of other backcountry strips around here. So it just seemed to make sense. We decided to host this event. This is our first year doing this event, and there's definitely a learning curve when it comes to it, but I think we've got everything set up. We're getting a lot of the low spots set up so people can taxi back, and we've got a little bit of mud around here, but the forecast is looking really good for tomorrow, and so I think that it's going to be a really great event.
Yeah, and I think, like I mentioned, we're no strangers to mud, particularly this season of National STOL, the 2024 season here. And that's what, the planes are built for it to a certain extent, right? Like, you got these giant tires on a lot of them. You're built to, work through rough terrain. And honestly, the race course that we have is typically pretty tame compared to what these aircraft are capable of actually handling on landing or takeoff.
Some of the airplanes, especially the big tires. We got a Patriot over there with 35-inch tires, and that can, go rock climbing if you wanted it to. But then at the same time, what's really cool about these events is we've got a Cessna 150. 18-year-old kid flying a Cessna 150 out here, right? So you have a breadth of aircraft, and some of them can handle that stuff better than others.
That's fair. That's fair. And actually, the other thing I always wax poetic about every time is when we see the 150s, we see the 172s, right? These are airplanes. What was your first aircraft you learned to fly in?
The T6 Texan.
Okay, you went right to the T6. So for people who aren't serving, typically what you'll do is you'll fly something like a 150 or a 172. I was unique. I flew a J3 first. Those trainer aircraft, and those are very accessible aircraft. And if you're learning in something like that, to see what it can do on a race course like this is really exciting. Right? I flew a Piper Cherokee for a number of years, and then you see Jeff Abrams flying his Cherokee, which you'll see a little bit later today. And he's showing like the true capability of these aircraft. You don't think of them that way. Versus when I look at the Patriot over there with the giant tires, it's like, I know what it can do. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, absolutely. Any tips for folks? I'm guessing you've spent a little more time here at this airfield than the rest of the competitors. Any tips for them going into the weekend?
Yeah, honestly, the facility is really nice. You've got a nice long straight approach, which is really good. So if you want to bring it in low and slow, like Matt did there on his last approach, that is definitely an option. If you're one of the ones that likes to come in slow and bring it down, obviously that's pretty good. The big thing I think that's going to be a challenge for this trip is going to be the winds. We don't know, they're supposed to be light. We expect that they're going to be best from this direction, but I think that the competitors seeing how that changes throughout the day can really have a big impact on their performance, especially when you're talking about a matter of feet.
The anything like sometimes we see, like for instance, Sun and Fun, which I think you flew at Sun and Fun this year. Like there's that NOAA building, and then everyone always complains about the wind and the rotor coming off that NOAA building. Anything like that here, like with the villa on the top of the hill, or at that point, I guess we're probably down pretty well by then, but.
Yeah, so I actually got spooked by that one pretty good. We had just put the airplane together. I hadn't flown in like 3 months. Flew down there like, hey, we're doing the practice at Sun and Fun. And nobody warned me about that. So as soon as I dropped below the tree line, I just got a massive turbulence and dropped pretty heavily. Honestly, here, as soon as you get past those trees on the far line, you've got a good 3,000 feet of pretty clear air without any turbulence. Now, that said, we haven't had this wind kind of coming from that wind. There's a potential we might get a little bit of turbulence from some of those trees over there, but by and large, it's a pretty open space, so I expect it to be fairly straightforward for most people.
So now it looks like we've got Christine back in the field with Matt Peterson. What's going on?
So guys, we're out here with Matt. He just had a chance to go out and do one round of practices here. So what were the conditions like out there?
So I don't know if you noticed, but I made one round and I came back in. We've got a crosswind right now, and it's kind of shifting. If you look at the tops of that oak tree right there, you can see how the branches are kind of waving around. Now, I'm a nose dragger, and it's kind of a little easier to fly. It tracks itself, as you know, as a pilot. And so generally I can compete in conditions that, might keep some of the tail draggers, except for the expert tail draggers, off the field. And so I felt pretty good. I said, well, we got a crosswind, and that's fine. I'll be able to handle this, because 2 years ago at Sodbusters, we had some really hard crosswinds, and I was able to compete in those and do pretty well. One of the problems, though, is that it's gusting. A gusting crosswind, and I know we've talked a lot about the rollers at Sun and Fun and all the different venues that we fly in. But these gusts, if a gust has a delta V of a couple of knots, that means that you might be getting lift at one point, you might not be getting lift at another point. And when you're trying to fly STOL, the whole point is that you're coming in at the edge of your envelope. The stall horn's blaring, you're getting all the best performance you can out of the aircraft. I could have kept on practicing, but it wouldn't have been a good practice. It would have just been, can you land the plane in a really sloppy, gusty crosswind? So I'm going to sit in my chair over here with some of my buddies, and we're going to kind of wait a little bit. Pilots wait on weather all the time. It's nothing you're not used to.
Very common.
As a professional, we wait on weather, and then we're going to see how things go. But no matter what, we're going to be safe. I'm easily the heaviest aircraft on the field right now, and one of the heaviest pilots. And, if I'm having trouble out there in the crosswinds, you get Hal Stockman out there. I mean, he's definitely, but now Hal's a better pilot than I am. He'll be able to handle it. But, so it's gusty, crosswinds, tops of the trees are waving around all crazy. Now, of course, I may regret not going back up and training myself to deal with it, because these may be the conditions tomorrow. We may just have to compete in this. That's part of it, So let's give it a minute and we'll see. Looks like some other guys are getting ready to go.
Well, that's the thing about STOL. We just never know what we're going to get when it comes to the weather, especially in the Midwest. So
that's right.
Safety is definitely always first. So, all right, back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. Thanks, Matt, for the PIREP. Looks like we've got Joel Milloway now in the Tiger Shark. No one ever knows why they called it that. He's pulling up to the line right now. Rans S7. And off somewhere, I would maybe call it like 115 feet. We'll get the score in just a second. To put it in perspective, these are very different airplanes compared to what we just saw with Matt in the 172. He had a takeoff of about 290 for his first takeoff. We'll see what Joel Milloway did. 124 is what the judges are calling it. So we'll see. Again, none of these scores matter. This is just practice, but it's still fun to keep tabs on it. We've got Pat McIntyre in another S7. Maybe we'll see a little pre-game grudge match happening here in the S7s. Pat's done a lot to this aircraft in preparation for this season. He's got a bigger motor on it, bigger tires. He's even moved the flap handle from the floor, which is more standard for S7s, up to the ceiling, kind of like a Carbon Cub or other bush plane. A lot of them are up there. Whoa, getting that tail up very high. That was, he was mowing the lawn on that a little bit.
He was mowing the lawn. Good thing we got the grass cut nice and short.
Man.
One thing about the weather, so just looking at the forecast, right now we've got a little bit of a crosswind. I think that's going to remain through the practice day today. When we're looking at tomorrow, it does look like we're going to have things a little bit more down the runway tomorrow. So that'll be interesting if they're working in these conditions today, and then tomorrow we have it down the runway. It's going to be a completely different game for everybody, but that's part of the sport. You can see this crosswind pushing him towards the left right now.
Little bit of power to get it over the line. Blue flag is up, so they're calling that a scratch, but it was a close one.
One of the things, if you noticed what he just did, he came in on the left side of the runway, and then he actually angled towards the right side of the runway a little bit, and what that does is that helps make sure that he doesn't have as big of a crosswind component. So he is really trying to maximize the whole aspect of that runway right there.
And that's valuable from a couple different ways, right? You've got a little more wind over the nose, it's going to shorten your distance, but also just less workload on you as the pilot.
A little early on the rotation there, you saw, that's just something with these crosswinds. You don't have that same headwind, and so there's just a little bit of a delay needed. I'm going to be out here practicing a little bit, and I'm sure I'll be running into the exact same problem.
So that was Jerry Clemens in the Husky with 139 feet. Pat McIntyre over the line now. He's not even going to stop.
Yeah, taking it nice and conservative with that crosswind.
That aggressive pull for him saved him an extra 4 feet over Joel on the takeoffs there. Joel's on the line now.
About the same.
Seems like he's feeling pretty good about it. I almost feel like, and I got to ask Pat, I'm looking at the aircraft right now, I almost feel like it's taller since last month.
Well, he's got the bigger tires for sure than Joel does.
I feel like I will have to ask him, or maybe Christine can ask him when he's done practicing. I feel like he's actually extended the gear legs since Heritage STOL. I could be wrong. We'll have to dig into that a little bit. Talk to me a little bit about we've got Dwayne coming in here. I've got a question for you after that. I want to observe a short final rule here. So he's
doing the same technique where he's coming on the left side. Let's see if he aims to the right a little bit to help shorten that distance a little bit and get a little less headwind. No, it looks like he's coming in more straight. It looks like it was good.
And he is just hanging on there. You can see him leaning back. One question that comes up, we'll probably have it happen a lot this weekend because it's happening more and more as competitors get more and more dialed in. The tail wheel of the aircraft can land before the line. I think we saw that, or maybe almost saw that with the Husky there. Joel's coming in now, and he really is doing that technique you mentioned, where he's really off to the left to get it lined up.
Well, and it's all a straight line for what you're getting measured on. So you want to, if you can diagonal out a little bit, then you get a little bit shorter distance. He's got those wheels locked up.
Good over the line. He's got the checkered flag. He's maybe going to dust us a little bit here in the booth. We'll see.
The other thing to take in consideration is that right now in the middle of the field, at about the 150 mark, we have a pretty wet low spot. And, it's not a huge problem, but the issue is if you have your tires locked up and you hit that mud, you're going to slide, which is going to give you extra distance. So one thing I think you'll see is a lot of people you can see when they're taxiing are on the near sides of the crowd to make sure they're staying in that dry patch. So they get a little bit more friction, a little bit more resistance, and can stop as quickly as they can.
We saw that earlier in the season at Swamp Stole. We had folks sliding a full 50 feet. It was so wet. So that's definitely part of it.
Well, and we considered bringing in some sand or shale or something like that to try to cover it up, but we decided that'd be a bad idea because when you're coming into land and braking, if you have a certain amount of resistance and all of a sudden you hit a lot more friction, you can really put yourself in a potentially dangerous position of getting that nose down. He is consistent.
Yeah, I was going to say off again right around that
within a foot or two all 3 times.
Pat McIntyre now. Best takeoff so far, 120 feet. Sub 125 from Pat McIntyre. I see Angela Douglas from Rocky Mountain Stole cheering on Joel Milloway in the chat. And here's Jerry Clemens taxiing up to the line. Uncle of Austin Clemens, who also flies a Husky. Saw the judges pointing there. I don't know. Did you see? Did he touch down a second time?
Yeah. So his main wheels came off the ground and looked like they came back down and hit again, which would, of course, that second landing is where that distance is going to be measured from.
And we're running them nice and tight. Here's Joel now. Giving up a little more over the line there, and it looks like Christine's ready with another competitor. Christine, who do you have there off in the pits?
Hey Ryan, I'm here with Ed Smith. He is new to the Stole world. His last competition was Heritage Stole. And tell us about that in your Cessna 170B.
Heritage was a good time. I got my feet wet and placed third at Virginia Beach. That was a good time. Got to compete with some really good pilots and learned a few things. Took those back home, practiced them. I'm going to be implementing them in my flying techniques here today and tomorrow. I did make some changes to the airplane. I got some new wheels, double puck brakes, so I'll have more braking power to hold me on the line while I do my static run up before releasing the brakes for departure. They have extended my ground roll a little bit. I've got a 145 horsepower engine. Some of these guys in my class are running 180, 200 horsepower. So with the extra weight, I've got a little longer ground roll, but I think I'm going to make that up on the shorter landings for sure. So hopefully the combined total will actually decrease with the shorter landings.
Now, speaking of these changes that you've made, how has that affected your technique when you're actually landing? Have you changed a lot, or is it just a very slight, like your sight picture is obviously going to be different?
Yeah, sight picture's different. I'm coming in at a higher angle of attack, probably a little bit slower than I came in at Virginia Beach. But that also depends on the winds here. As of right now, it's looking like a direct crosswind the opposite direction from what we had at Virginia Beach. So that's going to require me to keep my speed up a little bit. It's coming in from the right. The right wing stalls before the left wing does on this airplane, even with full right rudder. So preventing that from happening is going to require me to carry at least 3 to 5 extra knots across the line. So I'm just going to hope to try to hit the line as close as possible, land right after the line, and get on those brakes. With these tires, I have less fear of a prop strike. I've got quite a bit more ground clearance, so I will be able to step on those brakes without fear of coming up on the nose. And if I do bring the tail up a little bit, that extra prop clearance is really going to help me stay safe.
All right, quick question. What's your expectations for this? You winning this, or are you just coming out here to get better in this thing?
I am competing against people that are in the same weight class with Jerry Clemens. He's got 200 horsepower reversible propeller. John Luton, also a great pilot, backcountry experience. For me, this event was mostly about the cross-country flight time. I came up from, there's that reversible propeller backing him into his parking space. I came up from the Florida-Georgia line. It was a 2-day trip for me. I got to touch some states I had never been to before, put them in my logbook. Just had a lot of fun bringing it across the country and on my way back. So this one's about fun for me.
That's awesome, and we can thank Jerry Clemens for that loud noise in the background. Anyway, thanks, Ed. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine and Ed. Here's Joel Milloway over the line with a scratch.
It was so close.
It was super close. And a couple of things you saw while they were chatting, you heard it during their interview. Jerry Clemens with the reversible pitch propeller can actually put. What do you guys? You fly jets? Beta. How does that?
Anytime.
How do you describe that to the viewers?
So if you think about a propeller spinning and pushing air backwards to get you to fly, basically what happens is the propeller will go the opposite direction. So instead of pushing airplane or airflow over the wing, it does the opposite. It actually pushes towards the front of the airplane, and that helps you slow down. There's a lot of effects from that you get, like you lose a lot of authority over your elevator. That was not bad. You lose a lot of authority over your elevator, and so there's other complications that come with it. But yeah, that's a pretty unique skill set that he has. It's pretty great.
And my understanding is, at least in our aircraft that we're flying today, the pilot workload to do what they're doing, like what Jerry does, I've asked him, is like, oh, is it a silver bullet? Is it like the top secret weapon? He's like, nah, man. Like sometimes I don't engage it right, and I just go further down the runway. It's a fairly high workload thing, so no one seems to be too upset when they bring it into competition.
It's tough because you have a couple things going on there. I mean, obviously when you're landing, you're trying to, dump your flaps right before landing, get on the brakes, get the nose up. But then also, not only does he have to throw it in a beta, but then he has to push the power back up to be able to get the airflow to go the opposite direction. So yeah, he's introducing a lot more variables. It's a lot more complex to do.
I feel like that, for me, would be very counterintuitive.
To push the power up to slow down?
While you're braking. Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
So that is an exciting thing to see. The other exciting thing to see is we do have a little bit of a grudge match between Pat McIntyre and Joel Milloway today here in practice. They will be competing in the same class tomorrow. Patrick with the best combined score of 190 feet. Joel Milloway just 13 feet behind him. So that's really anyone's game tomorrow. There's no clear delineation between the two. You're going to see them compete all season. Some new aircraft coming in to practice.
Yeah, for these pilots right now in these practice days, it's just really trying to figure out where the timing is when you have the airspeed to get the airplane flying. And so what you're seeing is a lot of people are really trying to push that, and they're going a little bit earlier, and they'll just have to dial it in. That practice today, though, could be completely different tomorrow with a lot of headwind.
That's a big boy that just took off right there.
That is a big airplane. Who is that?
I am looking it up. Before that, we had Tristan Nichols in the 2012, that gray Carbon Cub. The sponsor, he says, is his retirement, which is funny to me. Let's see who that was.
Oh, double touch there.
That looks like our friend in the Pacer or Pacer conversion, Mike Ribordi in the white with blue stripe Pacer. I want to find out. I want to say it was a Murphy.
The bigger one?
The one that was nice and loud.
Yeah. little low. You can see him fighting that crosswind there. Drop it in.
Getting it stopped there for Tristan.
One thing I'm curious about is how these crosswinds are developing at altitudes. I don't think we've heard that from any of the pilots yet, because what they may have is we've got maybe 5-7 knots here, but up at altitude it may be much higher. You may have 15 or 20, and you can see as they're coming down in altitude, they're initially coming in with a bit of a crab, and then it drops out as they get lower. I'm curious to know how that adds a challenge to them as they're coming through on final here. November 749 Delta Mike. We still don't know what that is, do we?
Race control will look that up for us here. I'm skimming through our massive spreadsheet. Part of the problem for me is we have so many competitors here at Patriot Airpark, and because they aren't organized by class yet in practice, we're kind of skimming through here. I'm looking through here, though. I'm noticing we've got a couple Patriot aircraft competing.
We do. We have 2 Patriot aircraft out here this year. Yeah, we're kind of blown away by the number of people. Normally for our first event, having 25 competitors out here would be amazing. And so we've just been blown away that we have, we had 50 people sign up for this event. Obviously, some of them aren't going to be able to make it. But being able to have so many people here to compete and see such a diverse group of aircraft from different backgrounds is really exciting.
Here's one of the rookie S7S's coming in short. That's a pretty respectable first landing for a rookie. Right around the 175 feet. That'll be the easiest for us to judge because it's literally right there in front of us. And while we continue practice here, Christine, I see you're with Pat McIntyre. I want to know about the lawn mowing and also the landing gear, please.
Okay. All right, Ryan, I'm here with Pat McIntyre, and Pat, you just went up. Tell me about your aircraft and how the conditions were up there.
I'm flying a Rans S7. The air conditions are tough right now. There's a really strong crosswind. We got hills back over here that are kind of blocking it, so as you come down, it changes a lot. It's pretty gusty. New for this event, I've got new gear and new shocks, so I actually switched to the Acme shocks. I get off a lot shorter because they fill those with helium, so it goes up like a helium balloon. So that's my secret.
Now, with that, how have you had to change your technique?
Really haven't. I'm still flying horrible, so nothing different there.
Flying horrible, yet you win quite frequently.
Well, there's a lot of good competition here this weekend, so it'll be a lot of fun.
All right, so practice. Basically, are you looking to win, or are you just looking to get some experience in here?
Well, I always want to win.
All right, thanks, Pat. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine and Pat. And I didn't know that was, we'll have to check with the rules committee about the helium and see if that's okay.
All right, cool. That was good.
Aircraft in front of us we did identify is Luke Strandland in the Murphy Super Rebel. So I'm a little proud of myself for the aircraft identification win. All the way from Mora, Minnesota. That's not a short flight, but it's a big airplane, and that I like watching the big ones fly.
It's fun to see the big ones really do this, right? I mean, that's not what you think of when you think of those big airplanes. As far as the competitors go, what's the furthest competitor that we have here? I heard we had somebody from Canada.
I think Dan Reynolds may be the one that flew the furthest, or at least traveled the furthest in his Chinook, and he's in the unlimited class. Always a treat to watch him fly. I'm sure you're going to have to go practice in a second, but I'm wondering if, we're at Patriot Airpark. You're flying a Patriot aircraft. I know there's a collaboration between the two. Talk to me a little bit about the Patriot aircraft. Like I've never flown one. They're relatively new on the scene. What can you tell us about it?
So Patriot aircraft started by Don Wade out of Alabama, and Don's really been known in the community for rebuilding anything with fabric on it, right? Whether it's old J3s, P-18s, Carbon Cubs, or even some Warbirds. And let's see how this goes. Not bad. Not bad at all. And so he spent so much time tearing these airplanes down and rebuilding them, and knows he's just an encyclopedia of knowledge when it comes to any of those types of airplanes. And he eventually said, I'm rebuilding these, tearing them all down. Why don't I just start new? Ooh, that tail really got up there. A little bit early on the rotation. He said, why don't I just start new? I know everything that needs to be fixed on this. I know what can be better. He's both a maintainer and a pilot, so it's easy to work on, and he knows the little pieces here and there. The big thing is they're not a big production aircraft company. That tail's really up there. Nice. And so what you'll see is that they're going to produce probably 8 to 10 airplanes a year, but everyone is going to be custom made for the buyer. So really it's, what is your mission set? What are you wanting to do? Are you want to do these STOL competitions? Are you looking for adventures? Do you want to put bikes on it? Do you want to, what do you want? And then they build those airplanes kind of one of one for each customer.
So a real bespoke solution. Here's the pacer off.
Yeah, there's not much that Don can't do with an airplane, so it's exciting to see. Currently we have 3 of them that have been produced. 2 of them are actually here today. So we have the second serial number. That's the one that has the big tires over there with the 35-inch tires. They may be the biggest tires out here. And then the one that I'm flying was really built as an adventure airplane. Like we talked about, I do a lot of cross country. So being able to cruise at 130 miles an hour on about 8 gallons an hour, but still land with whatever we see, whatever I get to do today, hopefully get sub 100 feet, having the ability to have that diversification and carry a lot of stuff, right? I don't know if y'all have seen the turtle shell, but we can carry 250 pounds. We have a huge baggage area in the back. And so it's really just my adventure airplane. Not truly a built for STOL, but we're going to see what it can do here today.
Separately, I'm just seeing, I'm kind of digging just the plain gray. I mean, you spend a lot of time in gray airplanes, but and red, white, and blue ones, if anyone hasn't Googled them yet. I dig that. I dig that look. I just like that gray kind of plain look. Maybe a little, I always get a little nervous about like visibility. Like if I need help, maybe put a little brightness somewhere on it so people can see it.
There's a reason the military does gray, and it's not so that you can see it.
Right. But if I want to be found, maybe I want to be found is my point.
Right.
Like, yeah, I want to be seen.
The airplane I had when we first had it built, we actually did a full gray paint scheme just as a temporary one until we got the new design logo that we put on the airplane. Oh, here he goes. That looked good. While locking those wheels up, getting the tail wheel up.
Definitely having to carry a lot more energy in just based on the size of the aircraft, and that when you see competition tomorrow, folks, you're going to see airplanes that are grouped again in those classes that we discussed, and then it'll be easier to see who's competitive against who. We appreciate Joel and Pat practicing at the same time to help figure that out.
Well, I think I'm going to get out of here. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to go out and see if I can get in line to go do some practice.
Yeah, well, have fun out there. Let us know how it goes, and thanks for giving us all the inside scoop and everything. We appreciate your time today.
Outstanding. It'll be fun.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Right. See ya.
So that was Trevor Aldridge, who's going to be practicing a little bit in the Patriot aircraft. Going to be joined again with another special guest, but I wanted to call out, because I haven't said their name yet. Check out Brandon Rice in the rookie class in that Rans S7 that just landed. Here comes the Pacer with a big bounce, wheels locked up, keeping that tail down. Michael Ribordi from New Strawn, Kansas, in that PA 22/20. If I remember correct, the Pacer is the 20, and a lot of tri-Pacers have been converted to Pacers because, let's be honest, tri-Pacer not the best looking airplane, but she's a good one.
Not a bad flyer, though.
And it looks like Christine is standing in front of a striped Sharky thing. Who you got there, Christine?
I sure am standing in front of a striped Sharky thing. I'm here with Joel Milloway. Now, you had a chance to go up already. You're in a light aircraft. Tell us about your aircraft and how these conditions are affecting that.
Well, it's a really light airplane, around 650 pounds, so it's pretty light for what it is. So I got thrown around a little bit, but it was a direct crosswind too. It's hot and muggy. Airplane didn't like it that much. I just had to hang on and give it the best I could. So.
Now, you went to the first competition of the year, Swamp Stole, placed first. What kind of practice have you been doing since then? Obviously, you already placed first, so any adjustments you're making, or just keeping going with what you had then?
I'm sticking with what I've been doing. It's been working really good, so I'm just going to keep doing that and just kind of tune the airplane a little bit and make sure everything's running good and just keep doing it, keep doing the same routine.
And I'm assuming your plan is you want to win this. This isn't just for fun?
Yeah, I really like to win this one. This one's going to be a lot harder, a little more competition here. So if I get in the top 5, I'll be happy. So.
Sounds good. Thanks, Joel. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much. And I am sitting now in the booth with another amazing aviator, someone that you got to meet. Let's watch this takeoff here in the Rands S7. Going to be competing tomorrow in the rookie class. Everyone, check it out. It's Russ Keith. Can I start calling you Mr. Airplanes and Coffee?
Well, you can. I am the president of the board, but John Noggle's actually Mr. Airplanes and Coffee because he's technically the one that started the group. And, of course, the trifecta of that group is Mike Roberts, because Mike Roberts was actually in Airplanes and Coffee before I was.
That's right. It's kind of an interesting – so there's 2 parts to Airplanes and Coffee. I think most people know it as, like, the Facebook group and the community that's been built there. But there's this whole other part that is actually, like, the really exciting and interesting thing. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about the outreach efforts that you guys do.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a 501c3. We sought that designation in about a year after the Facebook group started, and it really just started to explode. People just started joining left and right, and we were growing, 3,000 or 4,000 people a week, and we looked at each other and said, I think we've got something going on here. Maybe we can do something really positive with it. So we started the 501c3, and we raised money to, give scholarships to young people going into aviation-related careers, whether that be an A&P mechanic and he is across the line, or a pilot program. So
a little bit of fade to the right there, but got it stopped at what 174, I'm going to guess. It's the only one we can reliably measure from the booth. There's no parallax here.
It's pretty tough. That was right out in front of us. But no, it's Airplanes and Coffee's been a lot of fun. We've got a merch table set up over there, a booth. That's the first time we've ever done that at one of these events. So, kind of spreading the joy of aviation. Our whole goal is to secure the future of aviation by putting the next generation of pilots in the cockpit and A&P mechanics in the hangar.
Great mission. That's part of, I think, the National STOL mission, too. We're hoping that you're seeing this and saying, man, this looks like something I would want to do. Here's Luke Strandland now over the line. Lot of energy, just such a big airplane, and with the crosswind, you got to bring a little extra gusto with the gust too. And he's just going to taxi right off. I want to give props to Tom Wolf, who's the broadcast director and race control. I like how close we are. I think I could feel that airplane go right past us. We probably got a little wingtip vortices or something as he came by.
We do definitely have a good seat here. They are fighting the wind today. It's not particularly strong, but it is moving around a little bit. It's going from direct crosswind to a quartering crosswind.
I got to say that S7 looks almost brand new. It looks so sharp. The white and red there.
Speaking of sharp, what about this facility here?
Oh yeah,
this Patriot Airpark is phenomenal.
I got in this morning, so I've literally spent a little time at the villa at the top of the hill there, which is incredible. And then I walked to the broadcast trailer. What's really impressed me is all the work. Like Trevor was on just before you talking about, hey, we're getting some sand down. We're going to get the low spots filled. This is all about making sure we're safe and comfortable. And it's totally working. There's the Pacer flown by Michael Ribordi coming in. And just before him, that S7 that I was ogling, flown by Brandon Rice from Louisburg, Kansas.
Yeah, he landed a little short.
Looks like we have some new aircraft taxiing to the line
like
for the next
Shirley
heat.
coming out.
Yeah, Brian Shirley off in the distance. We'll see who the Super Cub, I think, right in front of him is. Oh, it's a Husky. I misidentified it, so all the points I got for identifying the Murphy correctly, I've lost with a very basic bush plane misidentification with the Husky. I think I see Brian Steck back there in the MOAC. We got two MOACs.
Is it Brian or is it Colin?
That's true. Colin is here as well.
And I didn't see which MOAC he flew in.
I believe that on the line right now is John Luton from Belgrade, Montana. Yep, that's John getting that tail down. And, man, that soft turf, he actually digging tail wheels are going to be digging in a little bit. You got to replace your divots, I guess, in National STOL.
Yeah, if you pull early, that soft ground's going to slow you down just a bit when that tail wheel digs in. And Brian Shirley set back down.
I think that's James Barkheimer, actually, from Ira Ann, Texas, in the Cub Crafters EX.
Yeah. That's a beautiful airplane. We saw that at Swamp Stoll.
It's confusing because they painted them the same, even though one's a MOAC and one's a Cub Crafters. And that's not Brian Steck either.
No.
We're 0 for – I'm 0 for 3 on identifying these aircraft.
Yeah, I'm not sure Brian has actually landed yet. I've not seen him land yet.
Whoa, the Mad Dog taking off Kit Fox there.
That was a nice takeoff. There's such a balance between speed and when you pull. And if you do it just right, the airplane just leaps off the ground. Oh.
Made the right choice on that one to abort that takeoff.
Nice decision. Good decision.
And seeing some reference, I think we had Lexi, our line judge, and Kathy Joe saying they wish that they were here. We wish you were here as well. And so we should have our Husky back on final approach here. Flown by John Luton.
And I think he's just testing out the wind. He landed way, way, way short.
Yeah, and it's definitely changed, right? Like I feel like we've lost some intensity, and now we've even got a little bit of tailwind, at least according to this Sarasota flag in front of us.
So what's happened is you've got this hill right here with this house sitting on it. So that wind's coming from basically over the top of that house, so it makes it tumble. And so that's why we've got this flag right here. Of course, now it's back in line with this one. Well, now it's not. So you've got wind right in this section here doing some really strange things, which is really going to challenge
James Barkheimer letting it roll out as well. His first takeoff 124 feet in practice. Man, that's a pretty carbon
That is
cup.
a very pretty airplane.
I do and don't want to ask how much that paint job was.
There was a lot of airbrushing there.
There was a lot. That's a lot of time.
Yep.
And here's the Kit Fox with a scratch with that first touchdown, but it's practice. Let's get it lined up. I think still a scratch. 2 scratches in one. That's Matt Dorsum in the 1995 Kit Fox 4 from Lancaster, Kansas. That silver and black Kit Fox that just landed. And it's looking like we're getting ready to do another practice pass. So John Luton followed by James Barkheimer. Again, James the one that kind of took the show at the Military Aviation Museum back in Virginia Beach. A little bit of an upset.
Looks like they're going to come around and do one more round. Got to talk about some of our local sponsors while we get ready to continue practice here. First, we have to thank Patriot Airpark. Patriot Aircraft. Choctaw Casino and Resorts. Bold Aviator. Fly ARH, Jet Boats of Texas, and Copco, and ORR Auto Park. And of course, we've got River Valley Democrat Gazette. So that's all the local sponsors who've come together to bring Arklahoma STOL to you. Make sure to check them out. We've got some people with booths, things like that here, and they definitely deserve your support. We can't thank them enough for supporting General Aviation and National STOL. And we got the Kit Fox taking off again.
And I just noticed, I did, the first time that Kit Fox took off, I thought, wow, that was a lot. That was a lot, like, short for a Kit Fox with a normal, like, 912 in it. It doesn't have a 912 in it. I just noticed on the front, it's got a Yamaha Apex.
There you go.
Pulling 160 horsepower, which for a plane that size is That's a lot of beans.
That is.
See, I did that for you as a coffee joke.
And of course, I didn't catch it.
That's all right. That's okay. I'm just here. I'm here for you. I'm trying to tee him up. I'm trying to set him.
There you go.
You can spike him if you want. That's up to you. But yeah, a lot of beans for a Kit Fox. And I'm receiving word in my ear, Christine Boggy in the field with one of my favorite competitors to hug.
We went
Are we on?
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, okay.
Who is that?
All right. You're right. He definitely is one of the most favorite competitors to hug. Jerry is known for that. He's a good hugger. Yes, you are. And he's also a veteran pilot here. So, Jerry, you were just able to go up. Tell us about your aircraft and about these conditions. It's pretty squirrely up there.
Yeah, it was pretty squirrely today. So, what we're dealing with today is a direct crosswind. I would say probably 10. It's a solid 10 with 18, gusting to 18, somewhere around there. Density altitude is high. And the real kicker is when you take off, there's a tree over there that's making the big swirl right when you take off, and you can see guys when they take off, their wing drops like that, and it's everyone's doing the same thing right there. And so you have to be on your game.
So what's your technique to combat that?
Technique on that?
When you get the squirt,
Don't make a hard climb. Just keep it going, keep it low, and get your airspeed up before you start climbing out. So that you're safe. That's the biggest deal.
What are you kind of expecting from this practice? Just to kind of we don't know what the winds are going to be tomorrow.
Well, what I'm expecting is to try to burn off some gas because I'm heavy.
I feel like that's a lot of people's answers today.
I mean,
are we actually practicing or are we just burning gas?
Yeah. So I brought a couple of gas cans and filled those up, but I've got an extra 20 gallons on that I don't need. So
all right, now
makes a big difference.
One last thing, you have reverser on this that's pretty dang loud, by the way, but you're the only one that has it unless Steck shows up. But tell us about that.
I think Steck will show up. We gave him some trouble last night. But yeah, MT prop makes this propeller to go into reverse thrust, and what that was really designed for was seaplanes. But the Huskies are set up to go on floats, and so with that, you go up to a boat dock, you can just put this little toggle switch and flip it back, and it goes into reverse, and you can back out. And it's fun. And here, if you use it correctly, it'll help you slow down.
And I'm sure you're going to end up using it tomorrow, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. For me, it's just fun.
As it should be. Thanks, Jerry. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. And we got a little live look at the weather now here in Pocola, Oklahoma. Wind currently 6 knots from 88 degrees. But as Christine and Jerry were talking, literally I would call it just variable winds. It's down to 3 knots, but I've seen it as high as gusting 15 from our weather station, and now it's shifted over to right down the runway, 1-3. So it's definitely flopping around, and like you mentioned, Russ, we've got just some terrain and some trees that are really upsetting the airflow, which is making it challenging today when it comes from this direction. Trevor actually said when he was here, as he's flown out of this airstrip a bunch, that there's definitely a little bit of newness to the angle here compared to what he's normally seen. So maybe that weather system that kind of came through, making things a little variable. I am no meteorologist, but I do play one on TV, so we'll see what happens.
Well, we've got the hills and we've got some giant trees out there too, and all that creates that mechanical turbulence that comes across this runway and really affects the wind quite a bit, which, as we all know, affects the airplanes as well.
James Barkheimer on the line now in that gray and orange Carbon Cup, taking a big bite, dropping those flaps, giving us a little dusting as he takes off. And here's Ed Boyd from Appleton, Texas. Former owner of an engineering company, started flying in the early 90s. I was about to say that it was a nice, clean takeoff, and then exactly when I was about to say that, he settled back down.
I think he got in between gusts is what happened on that one. And it just settled right back down to the ground on him.
Oh, man. That Kit Fox is one to watch this weekend. That was short. So that was Matt Dorsum from Lancaster, Kansas. Curious to see how he does. Typically, the Yamaha engined aircraft seem to always run an unlimited class because they've got so much horsepower.
And usually in a very light airplane.
Getting some updated scores for Matt. His first practice session, 133 feet takeoff, 219-foot landing. And look at that improvement. His second one, 119 down to 166 on the landing. And that last takeoff is best yet, 118 feet. We'll see what he does on landing. And we've got a pretty interesting spread, but Pat McIntyre, as far as practice is concerned, holding the lead. And here's that Husky on short final.
Just scratched.
James Barkheimer on short final.
Coming in a little bit higher attitude than he did. Probably going to try to put a little more energy into those shocks. And did a nice job.
Down and stopped before the 125-foot marker. I had the privilege of flying with James back at Swamp Stoll, and one of the things that was, he's such a polite and humble person, and he put me in the front seat of the aircraft, and he flew from the back, but I had to actuate the flaps for him, and he was always like, oh, like 1 notch of flaps, please. And I was like, you can just say 1 notch, I'll read you. He's like, no, like I like to be polite. Like 1 notch, please, 2 notches, please. Okay, I think something's wrong with our winds. Our weather station is saying 8,000 knots. It is definitely not that.
No, I think that's a little strong for the conditions.
Here's the Kit Fox, piloted by Dorsum. Good over the line, a little bit of a bounce.
He carried a lot of energy to the line.
Those Yamaha engines have such a distinct sound.
They do.
I don't know too much about them beyond the fact that Steve Henry flies one. Justin Metters, I think, is flying behind Yamaha now. Got a Yamaha and a tiny Kit Fox. I don't know if we've seen one in an aircraft that small, although, to be fair, the Just aircrafts aren't much larger. Do you know anything about the pedigree of that? I feel like I want to say it was like
snowmobile engines. Yes, that's primarily what they were built and used for.
Who would have thunk, as we say in Wisconsin? Got a new chunk of competitors coming out for practice, and man, the story of the weekend so far is the weather. We've got some interesting winds, some squirrely winds for our competitors. And, the rain to kick it all off.
Rain to kick it all off. We got quite a bit of rain. Was it Wednesday night, I believe? Yes, I got here Wednesday and that night. About 2 a.m. it woke me up. with a heavy, heavy downpour.
Trevor Aldridge taxiing by us, getting ready to practice in the Patriot aircraft. That's a cool paint scheme with the topographical mountains and the sunset.
Yeah, I like that one too.
And it's hard to differentiate all the different Cub types, right? We've got the Legend aircraft, the MOACs, we've got Huskies. You saw me do it earlier. We've got the Carbon Cubs. One way I'm noticing to differentiate them is really that cowling. Patriot has a very specific shape cowling on the front, more angular and flat on the front compared to maybe the more classic shape of the MOAC or the Carbon Cubs. And Trevor was very humble when he was on the mic. He just said he does some flying for the military. But you're looking at former U.S. Air Force Thunderbird pilot. Yanking those flaps down maybe a little early.
Pulled, yeah, pretty early. That was a good example of what I was talking about earlier. If you pull too early, it drives that tailwind down in the ground, and you lose energy, so it slows you down. It just takes a lot more distance to get enough speed to go flying. And yet, one more example there.
A Yamaha example? Or with the tail wheel, you mean?
Actually, I think it was both, it sounded like. See, on that takeoff, the tailwind touched the ground just as the mains were lifting off, so he pulled right at the perfect timing.
There's a little bit of a dance. We've talked with competitors about how they time that, and some of them sing songs or count, and then based on how the first round goes, you can retime it based on how you're, if you did get that clean. Here's Trevor now. Oh, right on the line. They're calling it a scratch by the line judge.
Yeah, and the only real issue with that is when you get in from condition to condition, from event to event, if you got high heat, high humidity, the engine isn't going to perform near as well, nor is the propeller. So, nor is the airfoil. So all these things come into play, and so that's what practice is all about, is really just to kind of figure out what the conditions are for the weekend, practice on Friday, and hopefully they don't have a drastic change come Saturday, because that kind of throws everything off.
It sounds like we might have a bit of a drastic change
very possible
between today and tomorrow. Eddie Sanchez, by the way, just came in scratched, but he's got to get it dialed in. He's Yamaha powered, but he's Sidewinder powered. Now, if we want to get anyone in the chat online can explain the difference to us. If you're an engine nerd between an Apex and a Sidewinder, I would love to hear it. They have a very similar sound, and that's enough for me because they sound super cool. And Ed Boyd now coming in. I love that in the pilot sheet here it just says his airplane is blue, and I would say that is a slight misrepresentation of the complexity of the paint scheme.
It's almost as much black and gray crinkle as it is blue.
It really is. So we're going to hold here for a minute while practice gets ready to get back underway. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
At Pappy Aero, we take pride in being the curators of aviation with our line of high-quality washes and waxes. Proudly made in the USA, we believe in preserving our aircraft to be passed down to the next generation of aviators and caretakers. But our mission goes far beyond the horizon. That's why we are proud to dedicate 10% of every sale towards aviation scholarship programs that empower and uplift the next generation of pilots. Visit us today at pappyaero.com and get the best fly. Use the coupon code NATIONALSTOL for 15% off at checkout.
What's up, Av Geeks and Stole Freaks? Welcome to Lone Star Stole here in beautiful Sulphur Springs, Texas. It's Luke's for everybody, 2019 American Legend Aircraft BOAC. A round of applause for Chuck Olmstead. Gray and orange BOAC, Brian Shirley, everybody. Give a round of applause for Brian Steck. Some 60 feet on that one. It's an unlimited class. It's what you've been waiting for. That's right, the Beast Mode BOAC, Colin Kaniva.
Showing that he deserves to belong here.
Whoa, that was legendary. And the practice today has been legendary with the wind. Everyone, my name's Ryan Dombrowski. I'm here with Russ Keith. We are watching people fight the wind here in Oklahoma today for practice. Here's Trevor Aldridge coming in for a landing.
Very nice.
And it's interesting, Trevor really called out that mud patch right there, right where he stopped, and I wonder how much of that veer to the right was him going, I want to stay where it's drier for my distance there. Eddie Sanchez now off in the distance, really low. Keeping it off.
You can really see him work that rudder. He is definitely fighting that wind, which has been the story of the day, really. Oh, very nice.
Really nice over the line. Tons of power on tap. You can hear him kind of just like modulating that throttle to keep it off the ground.
He came across that line, dug that tailwind in, put a lot of energy into that gear, and it just stopped it in this soft dirt. Really nice landing.
As you watch practice today, ooh, over the line, scratch.
Just a little short on that one. I think he actually hit the line on that one.
And that's its rule change, actually, for this year. There was a pilot rule committee where all the pilots get together and talk about how to make sure that National STOL is fair and competitive. And that's one of the changes for this year is actually, but previous years you could land on the line or after it. Now you can no longer land on the line. You have to land beyond it. It's easier to score from a scratch perspective. You can tell whether or not they hit the line. So that was the change request by the pilots. It has led to a little bit of adjustment needing to happen for some of the more veteran pilots because they're used to kind of dialing it in based on being able to touch the line, but everyone's figuring it out. Here comes Trevor again in that Patriot aircraft. Man, that's a cool paint scheme. Coming up to the line, getting waved in by the line judge.
Well, if you think about it, kind of what Corey was talking about at Oshkosh last year. If that line is the end of the sandbar, you definitely want to land where it's dry.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily, but depending on the situation and where you're at. Because sometimes when they do land on sandbars, they do land in the water and skid over to the land.
Eddie Sanchez giving it the beans off into the sky there. Yes, that is the great analogy. You don't want to normally you don't want to get wet landing on the sandbar. You don't want to land short. I always equate it to a carrier landing. Navy pilots, right? You don't want to land too short. You're in the ocean.
He is dialing in his takeoffs for sure. They've been getting shorter and shorter as we go along.
And I feel like that is something you see a lot from that competitor. He always puts in really long practice sessions, always wanting to make sure he's got it figured out. Here's Trevor now, base to final. Bringing it in low. So far, best takeoff for Trevor, 192. Best landing, 142.
He was well short of that and having only scratched just a little bit this last one. And he's good now.
Good over the line. Keeping some throttle in. Kept some throttle in that time. Saw him, he had his hand on the throttle, and then he kind of, or on the flap handle, and then you saw him kind of like realize, oops, I've still got a little bit of throttle in. So maybe even shorter if you fix that little technical error. Eddie Sanchez, I think you're noticing the pilots probably watching each other saying, okay, it's going to be easier if we come low like this. Most of them are coming nice and low like this. That tail wheel's touching, that's fine. Good over the line. Nice one for Eddie Sanchez.
That's 2 in a row. He dropped that tailwind down in the dirt prior to the line, carried those mains across the line, which made it a good landing, or a legal landing, but it just throws so much energy into those main gears, and in this soft ground, that will slow you down. And I feel like these guys that get out and they practice on, the takeoff, roll, and pull. Then they practice on the landing and basically figuring out the wind. And then the last couple, they're trying to put it all together. You'll see sometimes even when they land fair, they won't necessarily stop. It's not really what they're working on at that particular time. So they'll just blow right past their stopping section of the landing, which gives them no score, but again, it's just practice. What are they working on that particular round?
We've got a little bit of a lull in the action here as the practice heat changes over. I want to talk about a couple annual sponsors that are supporting National STOL. First, we got to talk about Red Tag Art. This is a really cool thing. They actually make art out of red tagged or basically no longer viable aviation products. We actually have some occasionally at the shows, and they have a candle holder that's a taxi light. They have all sorts of things made out of different aviation actual materials. It's really cool to see them and appreciate their support. Also, and you can see them off in the distance, Flying Eyes. You're wearing your Flying Eyes right now.
I've got my Flying Eyes.
I have some in my bag here that I didn't get out in time for the broadcast that I wear when I fly. But Flying Eyes, love their support. The big thing about Flying Eyes, you can actually see it on Russ's head right now, is that the headset and the temples don't interfere with the headset, don't break that seal, so you get better noise. That's kind of like one of the many benefits for Flying Eyes. So appreciate their support as well. And then we also should talk about our friends over at Legendary Aviation Coffee. I don't know, have you Airplanes and Coffee, have you had their coffee
They
at
show
all?
up. They show up at all of our events and supply the coffee.
Okay, so
they're right there in our area, so they actually come and set up a booth and give coffee away at all of our events.
All right, so yeah, you got a little connection with that. So
and that's who, delivered the coffee that I made this morning.
There you go.
I made it. He supplied it.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
Our friend Joshua.
So they're the official coffee sponsor of National STOL, and they are one of the they give back to nonprofits. One of those is Airplanes and Coffee.
That is correct.
That's really great. The other folks we need to talk about are flighthelmet.com. So this is a new thing for National STOL this season. It used to be that you had to be wearing a helmet in unlimited class. I mean, these are very high-performing aircraft, pilots putting things out very aggressively in that class. Since then, we've actually changed it over where you need to actually have a helmet always, all the time. You got to wear a helmet for safety. There's other things that we've done for safety this season as well, including mandatory shoulder harnesses. And all new competitors in particular need to practice. They need to be here at the practice day, and they have to attend an extended briefing as well. Flighthelmet.com helping meet that need for helmets. You can check them out at flighthelmet.com. Of course, lots of great, you guessed it, flight helmets, and we just really appreciate their support. I think on my Instagram, if you go to @SuperAeroFlight, you can see me wearing a flighthelmet.com flight helmet in front of a P-51 that I did not get to ride in. But putting the helmet on made me feel maybe a little bit better about myself.
A little nostalgia to World War II.
It was like, oh, I could be getting in a plane that I needed to wear a helmet. So that's what we're doing here at National STOL in terms of safety. Want to make sure that everyone's staying safe in this sport, and helmets are a big part of that.
Looks like we have a 172 about to depart. A word for some reason I was having a real hard time saying.
That's all right. That's all right. That's where we're at. Yeah, we got a 172 there. We'll see who it is, or maybe it's just a transient aircraft. Nice short field technique there, keeping it off the line. And let's go back to Christine. Christine's with a man who knows a lot about beef.
Yeah. Okay, all right, cool.
Scott, Sweet, Christine, and Scott, what's up?
We're good.
All right, hey Ryan, I'm here with Scott Sweet. He has not competed yet this year, but he did compete last year. So tell me about this you got here.
It's a 1974 Blanca Scout. It's got the 0360 with the 80-inch MT prop, 29-inch tires. We recently just got some new motor mounts before it came down. They were a little worn out. Got to see the spinner bouncing, and so we got that fixed before we came down here. And yeah, so super excited to be at my first competition this year, and super excited to be here.
Now, speaking of which, where are you from? How was your trip down here?
I'm from western Nebraska, Hyannis, and it took me a couple days to get down here. I was supposed to be here last night, but we had 30-mile-an-hour headwinds, 30-knot, 40-knot headwinds, so I ended up at Brian Shirley's last night, and then made our way the rest of the way this morning. So.
I feel like a lot of people have had some troubles with this weather.
It was exhausting, yeah. Yeah.
Speaking of which, did you forget a few things when you're coming down here?
I did. I didn't even listen to my own advice. I had to go to Walmart a little bit ago. I stole Glenn's vehicle and went and got some new lawn chairs, but Hey, we got new lawn chairs.
Got new lawn chairs. That's always a good thing.
yeah.
Now, what are you expecting from practice today? A lot of the guys have been saying it's pretty squirrely out. It's pretty gusty.
Yeah, just watching it looks like it's, we got some winds from the south, so we're gonna have a little bit of crosswind. I'm expecting to, of course, being here. I'm from 3,700 foot above sea level, so I'm hoping to get really good performance out of the Scout and get some really short takeoffs and landings today.
Looking to win or have some fun?
Both.
I like it. All right. Thanks so much, Scott. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. Good to see you, Scott. Glad to see you on the circuit again this season. And really excited to see what you guys do during practice.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Watching this 172 come hang out. Oh, not a 172. Yes, 172? I don't know. They're all Cessnas. Let's figure out who let's figure out who it is. $150. Yeah, see, you gotta be careful. Brady Brooks in a Cessna 150. It's only got 2 less seats. It's a
there you go.
Pretty big difference. I want to admit something. I have never flown in a 150.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? You've never flown in a 150 as a pilot for so many years, but more a 172 guy, partners in a 172, and that's my jam. But I feel like I got to rent a 150 at least once and go fly around in one. So that's Brady Brooks. 6637 Tango. Sponsored by Bold Aviator from Fayetteville, Arkansas. 18 years old. And attending the United States Air Force Academy in the fall.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, you can definitely tell it is a 150 by the little spinner on the nose. The 172 spinner is definitely much bigger.
Yeah, mine is quite a bit larger than that. Brady Brooks on the roll. And those flaps figured out, and he's off. Getting it around and above those trees in the 150. And we are just hanging out. If you're new here, here's what's going on. We're at Oklahoma, at Arklahoma STOL. It's a windy day, kind of a humid day, a little hot. We have a little bit of AC in the booth, but people keep leaving the door open. Sorry, just kidding. It's fine. So we are here at Arklahoma STOL. And practice is ongoing right now, and this is the day before competition. You should tune in tomorrow and watch the competition. But we are at beautiful Patriot Airpark here at Semper Fi Landing on this beautiful turf runway that I want to be honest, we're beating it up a little bit. We're beating it up a little bit. Some rain came through, and it's a little moist, and we got some tail wheels making some divots. But we're enjoying ourselves. I'm enjoying myself.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a great week so far. I've been here for 3 days now.
See, I just got in this morning, and so I feel like I really missed out. Everyone's been talking a lot about how the folks at Patriot Airpark have been taking such good care of everybody, being really attentive. You saw that this morning with dump truck loads of sand being brought in to make a taxiway for us.
It is a very humid day and a little bit warm, which is giving that 150 a hard time.
And you are a flight instructor, so can I put you on the spot
Sure.
to explain an aeronautical concept? Talked about the humidity and the heat. talk about density altitude.
Right. So the density altitude is basically the altitude that the airplane feels like it's flying in. So if you think about the moisture content in the air, that is going to make that airplane perform, because the moisture coming is going to rob some horsepower out of that engine. And so that airplane's going to feel like it's taking off at a much higher altitude than it actually is. And so when you get in this condition, that's what we're dealing with, is the props not performing as well, the airfoil doesn't perform as well, the engine doesn't perform as well, so everything about that airplane makes it a little bit sluggish, to where if you get off in one of these nice chilly days, cold days, then that there's very little moisture in the air, because cold air can't hold near as much moisture as the warm air does. And so you've got a lot more air going into or oxygen going into the carburetor or the fuel injection system, or the induction system, I should say. And then when it mixes with that air, you don't have that moisture in there, which kind of messes with the combustion of that engine. So the engine is just going to perform a lot better. And of course, the air is going to, but the prop's going to bite a lot harder, and the airfoil is going to perform a lot better. So you'll see some of these airplanes that are struggling today will just leap off the runway when it's on a nice chilly day.
It is something that I don't deal with too much in Wisconsin. We're pretty low. We're like just around 1,000 feet above sea level, depending on where you are at. My airport is like 700 feet above sea level. But we don't have to worry about terrain at all. Like, it's all flat.
Pretty flat up there.
We get some trees we got to worry about. So typically, we don't have to worry so much about that being an issue. Scratch for the 150. Getting it stopped super short. I'm interested to see if he's going to stay out in practice now, based on that last takeoff being a little more sluggish, having to nurse it into the air with the density altitude that it is. I'm interested to see if he'll call it or go back for it with a different technique.
He's one that would definitely benefit from a wind right down the runway with this crosswind. And for the power that the 150 produces, it's really a heavy airplane. So there's a lot of things going against him as far as performance of that airplane.
Now we've got Christine standing by with our previous co-host Trevor. How'd it go up there?
Hey Ryan, so you guys obviously already know Trevor here, but we're gonna have him tell you a little bit about his aircraft and the conditions that are going on today and how that went for him.
Yeah, so flying the Patriot aircraft, this is the Mark II we just got built. We actually built it back in October, so if you saw the gray version of this as a Lone Star STOL last year, that was this airplane. Now it's just got a better paint job on it. But yeah, I'd had the airplane 2 days before I showed up to Lone Star STOL last year, so it was an experience. It was more just getting out there, seeing the community, getting to know everybody. This year, it's, trying to do a little bit better, but I'm still very new to the community, and I'm just out here to have fun. I'm not going to be pushing it too hard. I'm hoping to get sub 100, but we'll see. The wind conditions are making it kind of challenging right now.
Now, speaking of those wind conditions, everybody's saying that crosswind is really causing problems, especially with the hill and the tree. What is your technique dealing with that?
Yeah, so as Matt talked about earlier, it's not only the fact that you have the crosswinds, it's also the gust that you have. So I was coming in stabilized at about 28 miles an hour and got a big gust of wind, and it ballooned me an extra 20 feet, 30 feet, and then I had to drop the flaps to just let the airplane settle on the ground, which is less than ideal. My technique that I'm coming in is I'm going to do a drug-in method. So I'm going to bring the aircraft in nice and slow so that in case I do lose a gust of wind, I'm only a couple feet off the ground, and that landing gear can handle that no problem. So as opposed to doing more of a steeper angle, and if I lost wind, it could cause more of a problem. So that's my intent. I'm probably going to go out there and practice again, get a little more practice in before the event tomorrow. And we should have better headwinds tomorrow as well.
That was going to be my next question. You're going to give it another shot and see if you can fix what you might have been struggling with earlier or whatnot?
Yeah, just more practice. I mean, that's all it is. On the last one, I was so focused on getting the gear down, I forgot to pull the throttle, so I had the throttle and I went to like 200 plus feet. So yeah, it's just getting the practice in.
Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Trevor. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks, Christine. Thanks, Trevor. And we are back into practice now.
Thank you,
Jeffrey McMahon off in the Super Cup replica. Just a second there. It looks like our 150 friend did decide to put it back in the race paddock.
I know. I think we may have one landing. I saw another 172 coming in. No, we're not.
Sorry, I was just not talking. I'm trying to figure out that he's not in the highlight sheets. I was just trying to find something about it.
Really fighting the wind as he comes in, and the wind just kind of fell out from under him, and you saw how that airplane just dropped.
Dropped onto giant pillows.
And, yeah, giant pillows, that's right. Looks like 31s on that airplane, so it wasn't much of a jolt in that airplane, but it definitely came down.
Stephen Bloomquist coming in kind of base to final now, dropping down below the trees there. And if I'm not mistaken, flying a Cessna 180, a little bit extra energy, getting those brakes working, sliding a lot. And so
we have another one coming in on long final.
We still do have competitors coming in from across the country. Obviously, that weather system that came in the last couple days contributing to people not making. You heard Scott Sweet say, can't make it. It couldn't make it in last night. Followed in with Brian Shirley.
Which really adds to the challenges of these events is when you fly across the country. It's like I was talking to Colin Kenevia earlier today, there's always weather somewhere. And when you've got competitors coming from all over the country, someone's going to have to deal with it. That's inevitably across the route.
And that's something that you'll see with some of the more unlimited class competitors. They'll actually trailer their aircraft in because they don't want to miss a competition.
Right.
You don't have to worry about getting weathered out. You can get yourself to the airpark, the competition. But then also, separately, part of it is with a lot of these Yamaha motors, maybe they might be tuned to be running like race fuel versus like standard 100 low lead or MoGas. And I've talked to Steve Henry's crew chief last year. He's saying, yeah, like our gas is like $25 a gallon or something like that. So it's not cost effective to fly a plane geared to fly slow all the way across the country. So all of those things working together. But if you trail it, you never miss one, right? You can just drive in.
Never miss one. Steve pulls it with his motorhome, so he gets to sleep in his own bed.
Right. Looks like a brand new paint job on that 180, flown by Bloomquist.
Steve's local to my area.
First takeoff for Steve was 450 feet with a scratch on the landing. Little back taxi action going on now. Get some folks repositioned. And we'll see when it gets closer, but I think we might have Nick Ardillo in this next heat of practice. Followed by Jeff McMahon and Stephen Bloomquist. Eddie Sanchez, by the way, if you look at our practice standings with the current best score,
so Carbon Cub. All right, we got the Carbon Cub spooling up, lifts that tail right off the ground, pulls a little early, causes him to bounce it several times down the runway. Each time it slows him down, or it really doesn't slow him down, but he loses a little bit of energy each time that happens.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll get that timing down as the practice session wears on for him.
And there's Jeff McMahon. I was wrong. I think it was okay. I said it could be Nick Ardillo, because Nick Ardillo also flies a red and white Carbon Cub, but that was actually Christian Fisher in race number 181 from Dodge City, Kansas. There's Bloomquist in the 180. Going to be fighting against the likes of Brandon Korn.
Yes.
Big airplanes. Big airplanes against big airplanes, and little airplanes against little airplanes. That's how we do it here at National STOL. Someone make that into a t-shirt. It wasn't that good of a joke. It was not that great of a joke, but we're just running with it here in practice in Oklahoma.
Yeah, with just 3 airplanes in the pattern, you get a little bit of a lull, or break in the action, as they say. And here we come around base to final. He's going to drop it down and just kind of drag it in, which seems to be the preferred technique today.
Just heard from race control that we've got 2 hours left to practice. So if you're watching at home and you're near Semper Fi Landing, come check us out. Come watch more practice action. We'd love to have you. And if you're watching at home on your computer and you're not near Pocola, Oklahoma, share it with your friends. Show them how cool STOL flying is. Again, this is just practice, but it's so great to see so many planes flying at one time, people putting all their best efforts into flying, and especially today with some really challenging conditions. We talked about density, altitude. We talked about the crosswinds. Feeling a nice breeze over the broadcast trailer now.
And the wind fell out from under him again. He's trying to pull that in as slow as he possibly can. When he gets a little drop in that gust, down it comes, and he landed 30 feet short of the line. That's why they call it practice.
That's why they call it practice.
Now we've got Steve on a long, low final. He's getting that 180 slowed down, just feet above the runway, inches above the runway, and down on the runway.
And down well short, but a really beautiful landing.
Yes.
And if anyone wants to buy me one, I've been doing a lot of thinking about this, and if I could only own one airplane, which of course we're all going to own multiples, right? But if I could only own one airplane, I think the 180 would be it for me, right?
Would be high on the list, huh?
No, it's a decent cruise speed, can hold the whole family, or at least my whole family, carry some gear and still land backcountry, but you can still go places in it. I think the challenge for me as like a dad with 2 young kids is if I were to invest in something like a MOAC, which is the kind of epitome of short field performance, it's going to take me longer to get somewhere.
Right.
My kids are going to go, Dad! Well, I also can't carry 2 kids in the back of a MOAC, but... So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more practice here at Arklahoma.
At Aerolids, we believe that innovation is equal parts inspiration and perspiration. Since our inception in 2006, we embarked on a mission to redefine the expectations of aerospace lighting. Entering the aerospace lighting market, which had remained largely unchanged for 50 years and in drastic need of a new product with fresh look and unequaled performance, Aerolids was inspired to redefine the expectations, which resulted in a series of innovative designs. Hungry for new ideas, backed by a company that valued the patronage, customers quickly adopted the new standard of quality, design, and performance never seen before in the industry. Over the past 12 years, Aerolids installation, ranging from the experimental and 23 markets up to the space and military applications, with over 15 tactical military platforms featuring products in both overt and covert operations. Aerolids continues to lead the industry in design, reliability, and unsurpassed performance. Unique in its presence and unmatched in its perseverance, Aerolids serves the aviation market from one spectrum to the next. From you to you too, Aerolids is redefining the expectations.
Basically, every time I do an install, I go in and I download all of the latest manuals to make sure that everything's interconnected correctly. We don't miss anything. We don't miss any on-off switches, any warning lights,
Sarasota was created actually back in the 70s, but we and Bert and Vince, my 2 partners, they've sold their business to Ryan and Sean, which is my 2 other partners now. We started around in 1999, 2000. Just had one little spot in this hangar, and we've built it up from there. So we've been here for 23 years now. And then we have 5 facilities now here in the state of Florida. First starts in Tampa, Sarasota. Venice here is our main headquarters, and we have Punta Gorda and then Fort Lauderdale, Lantana. Then we have partners in Brazil, South Africa, Greece, Tullahoma, Tennessee, all over the world. We're the largest Garmin dealer in the world, so that's probably what we've been known for. So we do more installs on aircraft, general aviation, anything really under 10,000 pounds than anybody else in the world. So, and we've been that for quite a few years now.
Well, a friend of mine, actually it was Corey Robin, told me about these flying eyes glasses. Well, we were at Oshkosh, we went and checked them out, and they're awesome. But what I really like is the glasses themselves. They're very light. The earpieces are real thin and flexible, so you don't even know you have them on under a headset. If I put my headset on, I mean, they're just as comfortable as could be, and they're so thin, I can actually take them on and off without removing my headset. I couldn't do that with my other glasses. And then the other really cool thing about these, they make some awesome sunglasses, but they have these cool sunglass lenses that just snap on. So now instead of having to carry a big extra glass case in my pocket, that's all I got to carry to take my sunglasses with me. So there's several things about them that I'm really, really liking. Flying eyes. Awesome glasses.
And we are back here in Oklahoma for Arklahoma STOL. And we got to talk about more of our local sponsors. First and foremost, let's thank Bullfrog Bouncers, Central National Bank, Grand Savings Bank, Hug and Haul, Metroplex Builders, Moore Contracting Company, Red's Premier Outdoor Equipment, and River Valley Fencing. And folks, if you look to your left, if you're in the crowd, we've got an aircraft that's turning base to final now. Flaps down, nice landing light action. Always nice to have a little more visibility on the wing. And that's the 180 that I wish someone would buy me. Really close to the left side of the runway. Getting it down good over the line. A lot of energy to get stopped. Again, that's not uncommon for a large aircraft like the 180. It's blowing the hats off some of the line judges there with the prop wash. Here comes Christian Fisher in race 181 in that Carbon Cub. While he taxis back, I want to thank one of our sponsors, Ladd Gardner Insurance. Ladd Gardner has been a partner of National STOL since the beginning. They have excellent customer service and coverage. Ladd Gardner, aviation protected. Also talk about Lift Aviation USA. Lift's love for flying drives them to deliver only the finest in aviation products to market. They believe that today's pilot deserves much more than what is currently offered in the way of products they wear in the cockpit. Lift Aviation is bridging that gap and making products that are stronger and lighter that you can trust. Lift Aviation provides 2 helmets available to borrow for rookies who are needing them. And they offered gift certificates to each class winner at every event this year. That's pretty crazy. That's awesome. So thank you very much for Lift Aviation USA for that, and Ladd Gardner Insurance for their support as well. Christian Fisher now on the line in that Cub Crafters Carbon Cub EX2, all the way from Dodge City, Kansas. Getting that tail up, pulling it back, and nursing those flaps out. Take a look at the flags, all the sponsors that support us send flags. Watch them and use them as a little bit of a metric of what's happening across the wings of the aircraft as they take off. Jeff McMahon in 922. Off and good. Steven Bloomquist in the 180. Best score so far, a combined score of 850 feet. as they come around in the traffic pattern, I want to talk a little bit more about eSTOL. We talked about it a couple hours ago when practice started, but eSTOL, we have National eSTOL, which is a way for you to get involved in STOL at home at your very own computer. You can compete against each other in Microsoft Flight Simulator at all the events that we have on this, let's call it the IRL, the real-life STOL competitions. They're recreated faithfully digitally, and people compete in them. And just last weekend, I believe we were doing Moses Lake, the air show that we're going to be competing at in a few weeks. They were at Moses Lake digitally and competing that way. Go to nationalstol.com and click on chat there to get brought into the Discord server. And from there, you can learn about eSTOL. It's something that I actually dropped the gauntlet and said, you know what? I think I've got to do this eSTOL thing. I'll come in, and the fans, the viewers at home, can pick the aircraft for me. And they picked the GB. So that'll probably do real well, STOL-wise. I don't know if the GB would actually fit into a national STOL class, but we'll give it a go. Christian Fisher now turning base to final. And while he's doing that, Christine is in the race paddock with another one of our competitors.
Hey Ryan, we are here with Dan Reynolds, and Dan came from a long way away, and he didn't fly down here. He drove down here and then assembled his plane. However, yesterday, after this assembly, what happened?
So, just to clear the record, I didn't drive all the way from my home here. I flew airlines down to Dallas. So the drive up here is actually not bad. It's about like 5.5 hours. So that was.
But where are you originally from?
I'm from the Yukon up in Dawson City. So yeah, that took me a day and a half, almost 2 days just to get down to Dallas. So it is a journey, but I'm glad to be here. So yeah, my plane stays down here at a friend's place, and I keep in the trailer. And I always just put it in storage, take the engine off for the hauling. It rides a lot better in the trailer. And the last event I was at was down at Sun and Fun, so that's a pretty good haul. So yeah, it rode fine, everything's fine. So I get here, put the thing all together, starts right up like normal, everything's great. Then I go to take off and it won't develop full power. So, okay, so it's a troubleshooting process. So I had a friend of mine, Chris, we had it down here, and we were checking everything, trying to figure out what it was, and I mean, we checked about everything we could and just couldn't find it. So we blew all the lines out, cleared all the jets that we could see, and just didn't make any sense, but I knew it was a fuel issue. It just, at full throttle, it wasn't getting enough fuel. As when I put the enricher on, it would pick up, so you know it's a fuel, it's not something internally in the engine. So I decided, well, it was running better, but still not quite right. So I thought, I've got lots of room here. I'll go to the far end, take off. I can always shut down. It's nice and safe. So I did 2 circuits, and it was running better, but it still wasn't quite right. So I pulled it up here, and I thought, it's got to be something in the carburetors. So make a long story short, I decided I was going to pull everything that's possible out of the carburetors and check it. And the first carburetor I pulled apart, I pulled the main body out that holds the main jet in, and there was a culprit staring me right in the face. It was a little chunk of paper towel that had gotten down in there, and I thought, how did that ever get there? But back it up, it was pilot error. I don't like to get dirt in them, so in my haste, I stuck paper towel down the top of the carbs when I pull them apart to pull the engine. And theoretically that should be great, but there must have been a little chunk that had tore off, fell down onto the throat of the carb, and then when you put the body back together, there's a needle that goes down in that jet, and it's like a pin, so it probably hooked that little piece of paper towel, pushed it down in.
And it looks like we lost Christine and Dan out in the field, but learned a lot about engines just then, And I guess you don't put paper towel in them. No, it makes sense why you would do that. But just an unfortunate thing you had to solve tomorrow or yesterday. What day is it? I don't even know. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of practice here at Arklahoma STOL at Patriot Airpark, just outside of Pocola, Oklahoma. And I'm so excited to be here again. My name's Ryan Dabrowski. I'm joined today by Christine Boggy, who was just interviewing Dan Reynolds from the pits. and we are in the middle of practice.
I don't really need to practice. I would like to practice for the camera.
Yeah.
But
at the competition.
I also don't want to risk anything. And with being the lightest wing loading around here, it's going to get kicked around in that gusty crosswind. The takeoff, I'm not worried about. I have lots of power; it'll fly away. But the landing, if I don't dare slow it down, so it's not going to be that impressive anyway. Because if I do and I get the wrong gust, it's going to be a handful. So I might wait for tomorrow. If it's going to blow like this tomorrow, if it's race day, I'll go. But right now, Hal and I are just watching everybody else.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, thank you so much, Dan. Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. And Dan, I selfishly, I'd love to see you fly to this because it's fun, but don't do it for me. Don't do it for me, Dan. We are getting ready to take a short break here at practice, but before we do, just want to remind everyone they can go to nationalstol.com/vote. That's nationalstol.com/vote to vote for their favorite pilot. And then, be sure to check out if you're here in Oklahoma. We've got Flying Eyes, we've got Patriot Aircraft, we've got Pappy Aero, we've got the National STOL merch booth. I'm going to see if I can score. We've got these great red button-downs. I want to see if I can score one for the competition tomorrow. So check that out. Or if you want to buy it online, nationalstol.com, you can get all your National STOL merch. So that's another way to get involved and help the sport. We were talking about eStol as a thing that you could do. We're actually going to be at Flight Sim Expo in Vegas. So this thing is escalated quickly. Elevated quickly? Elevatored quickly? Anyway, eStol, great thing that we're doing right now digitally. You can come and compete. We'd love to have you join that. And check them out at Flight Sim Expo in Vegas in just a couple weeks. Also want to thank one of our sponsors. That's USATrailersDirect.com. We are actually live streaming from the USA Trailers Direct trailer. Say that 5 times fast. That's where they've provided this trailer for us here at National STOL, so we can broadcast this to you. And this production trailer that USA Trailers Direct provided is making the trip, and we'll actually be live streaming the eStol competition from the convention floor. How cool is that? So really cool thing that we're doing there in eStol. Like I said, I'm going to, try to compete in BG. We're taking a short break right now so the volunteers can get some water and stay hydrated in this heavy, high heat. And we'll be back with you in just a few minutes here at Arklahoma STOL. So let's go over to commercials, and we'll be back again here from Arklahoma STOL.
It's a kind of a different experience buying a Legend Cub because you're buying from the owners of the company. You're going to meet everybody that's going to work with you ahead of time. They're experts at every little facet of it. You pretty much can do as much of the aircraft as you're capable, and they'll kind of hold your hand through the rest of it. So I couldn't recommend it higher than truly a wonderful experience. You show up and you watch how all the fuselages are all TIG welded, and their processes are second to none. They build by far the nicest airplane, lightest componentry, great styling. Ron, their painter, is spectacular. It's not like any other buying experience. You are truly buying into a family. A lot of longtime employees. I'm friends with a lot of the guys that helped build my airplane. Legend Cub owners typically buy an airplane and never sell that airplane. You won't find very many of them used for sale on the market. I think you get a slightly different owner with a Legend Cub. It's not just an airplane to them. It's a piece of art. It's a piece of them. It's custom designed and built for them. Any option you want is available. Hard to get much better than this.
The world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page. With each new adventure, another page is written, another story etched upon the soul. It is time to embrace the uncharted, the extraordinary. It's not the years in your life that count, but the life in your years.
At Pappy Aero, we take pride in being the curators of aviation with our line of high-quality washes and waxes. Proudly made in the USA, we believe in preserving our aircraft to be passed down to the next generation of aviators and caretakers. But our mission goes far beyond the horizon. That's why we are proud to dedicate 10% of every sale towards aviation scholarship programs that empower and uplift the next generation of pilots. Visit us today at pappyaero.com and get the best fly. Use the coupon code National STOL for 15% off at checkout.
Justin is putting down improving scores every time, and he's dedicating himself to the sport this year, from my understanding, and that's exciting to see. If you want a really relatable story, start following some of these rookies now at the start of the season and see what they do through the end.
Yeah, I've really only been able to practice for about 5 months in the airplane that I built. And so the Xena 750, it's a hand-built airplane that they sell. It comes match hole drilled, and you get all the pieces, like a big Lego kit. Yeah, a lot of people know I fly an auto conversion, and so I have a Honda 1.5-inch engine for Viking aircraft engines. It's different, you know, I don't run on avgas, I run on regular unleaded, and it has a gearbox, all that stuff, and so it's been fun, and so I've been learning it. It's a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been awesome. Aviation gives you a family. When you come into this world, you have a family, right? For me, aviation has kind of been my pickup family. You know, I don't have a lot of family still out there, and so the first event that I came to, they took me in, started talking to me like I'd known them for years. And what I've noticed is that's just how aviation is in general. Everyone struggled somewhere in their life to get into aviation. You didn't have enough money, you didn't have the training. And so I want people to know that, man, I did it. You can do it. I don't care about first place, third place, I want that most improved. I know it sounds silly, but for me that means, man, we've got something that I'm gonna wear around with pride and just say, look, man, I was there. I know you're scared to maybe get out here and compete, get there, because you never know where you're gonna be. My name is Justin Tisdale. I'm flying a Xena 750, flying in the Spark class.
So my name is Lexi Duncan. I am the official line boss of the National STOL Series. I have no idea how I worked my way into that title, but been here the whole season, so here we are. Yeah, so I'm an airport supervisor back in Virginia, and I'm a pilot myself. I fly pretty much anything I can get my hands on. Whatever's available, I'll take it. It's been so fun. I feel like our weather, the wind, has just been so tough every single time. It's always something. It's always something. It's either too much or not enough, and it's kind of hard to do a good STOL event with that, but those guys make it work, and they make it work well. I mean, it is so fun to watch. I love the rivalries. Those always give me a good time out on the line, and being on the line, I mean, I got the best seat in the house, so it's good. It's awesome. For me, if I'm pulling them up to the line, I'm looking at their mains and making sure nobody's getting too far back or too far forward, you know, not giving up a foot or not cheating a foot. Sometimes they try. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, making sure they get up on the line spot on so that all the scoring's fair for everybody. And same thing when they land, making sure they're not landing before the line. If they're on it, great for them. But I'm calling it good, or I'm calling it a scratch, or I'm saying I don't know. Because sometimes those guys, I mean, they have so much skill in them, they'll land right on it. And sometimes I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Oh, they hate it so much, and I mean, I take it personally. You know, I hate to see my favorite people scratch, and they do it, and it happens, and it's so painful. It's so painful to see. I hate doing it, but you know, they get just as excited when they have a good landing. So I think it all balances out. It's okay. The first thing that comes to my mind is 3 weeks ago, Jeff Pohl in Minnesota just kept hitting stuff. because he puts all this stuff on his airplane and he doesn't know the size of it. He hits cones, he hits flags, he just, he does it all. And that probably made me laugh the most out of anything that's gone on. Swamp Stoll overall was just chaotic because it was so muddy. That sticks out in my mind. It's always something. We either got mud, dust, sun, too much sun, anything. But yeah, Jeff Pohl, he'll give you a good laugh. Fan favorites, easily the Jeff Pohl and Micah Lindstrom rivalry. That always gets everybody. Colin Kaniva, definitely a crowd favorite. Steve, we can't miss Steve. Hal, shoot. There's so many good ones. Brian's one of my favorites. Rick Boardman has been killing it. The way he put out an aisle, that was awesome. That was so awesome to see. So consistent, so awesome. He just makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
Oh, he makes it look so easy. He flies that Carbon Cub like it's nothing. But yeah, I'd say everybody's favorite's probably Steve just because of what he can do. But he's so humble and so awesome. It's great. Man, I just want to see this organization continue to grow and continue bringing awareness to what we're doing because, shoot, when I first started flying, I didn't know this was a thing. I had I'd never flown a fat tower airplane, and, the first time I did and started coming to these events, it was just, that was it. I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing with my life, and, the fact that this organization has done so much and brings a different side of aviation to so many people, whether they're in aviation or not. That's the beauty of it. It's intriguing, it's interesting, it's so fun regardless. And I just want to see the organization continue to grow. And even just looking at what was going on a year ago compared to what we are now is so phenomenal. So I'm ecstatic to see what happens in the next 12 months, 24 months, continue going on. I can't wait.
And we are back here in Pocola, Oklahoma. I'm Ryan Dombrowski, and we're getting ready for more practice sessions here at Patriot Airpark on Semper Fi Landing. Competitors taking a quick break, volunteers taking a quick break for the heat and the humidity. And if you're watching at home, we'd love to answer any questions you have. Just type them in the chat. I want to give you a little preview of what's to come this season. Check us out next up, June 14th and 16th at Moses Lake Air Show in Moses Lake, Washington. We'll be in Clarion, Pennsylvania, June 28th and 29th for Appalachian Mountain Stoll. July 19th and 20th, Hartford, Wisconsin, just before the big air show in Oshkosh. It's a great one to stop by if you're heading up to EAA. Rocky Mountain Stoll just after it, August 16th and 17th in Pinedale, Wyoming. September 6th and 7th will be in Ontario, Oregon, where Oregon Trail Stoll. October 11th and 12th, back to Music City Stoll Year 2, Gallatin, Tennessee. And then wrapping it up, November 1st, Sulphur Springs, Texas, for Lone Star Stoll and the national finals of the 2024 National Stoll season. Sulphur Springs, Texas, November 2nd. This organization cannot exist without all the volunteers that help bring everything together. And we would love you to, if you're interested in volunteering, you're in the area for Appalachian Mountain Stoll or Sodbusters, volunteer registration is open. We'd also love to have you still at Moses Lake in a couple weeks. So go to nationalstol.com. Should be able to find something there about volunteering. Shoot us an email. We'd love to have you help out. We'd love to bring you into the family. Also, don't forget to vote. nationalstol.com/vote. nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your fan favorite. We've already seen a lot of fan favorites practice today. Can't wait to see a few more. while we wait for practice to resume, let's talk about another one of our sponsors. That's Aero LED. Aero LEDs is an industry pioneer and leader of LED-based aerospace lighting, designed and manufactured in Boise, Idaho. Aero LED's state-of-the-art LED aircraft lighting solutions are designed with the focus on performance, efficiency, and reliability. Tested for some of the most extreme operating conditions on the planet and far exceeding the performance and longevity of legacy lighting systems, they're ideal for use in experimental, certified, commercial, rotorcraft, ARFF, UAVs, space, and military applications. Aero LEDs serves every spectrum of the worldwide aviation market. So big thanks to them for helping us bring National STOL to you. Let's also talk about iFly EFB. iFly EFB is the complete EFB app for Android, iOS, and Windows, and has all the advanced features pilots want in the most intuitive flight planning and navigation solution on the market. The iFly EFB team brings together the perfect balance of our technology and real-world flight experience. iFly EFB says, fly your freedom. It's different up here. They're offering 3 prize packs, 1-year subscriptions at each event, which will rotate through the competition classes during the year. So we really appreciate them. If you're going to check out where we're at right now, load up iFly EFB. Take your iFly EFB app and load up Oscar Lima 42. That's where we're at. You can check that out. Would love to have you check that out. While we're talking about sponsors, let's talk about the annual sponsor list. These are all the companies that have helped us bring this to you and continue to support us. First, Ladd Gardner Insurance, Legend Aircraft, USA Trailers Direct, Sarasota Avionics and Maintenance, FlightHelmet.com, Flying Eyes, Lift Aviation, Aero LEDs, Red Tag Art, Legendary Aviation Coffee Company, iFly EFB. So huge thanks to them helping us bring National STOL to you both in Oklahoma and at your home. Again, if you're watching online while we take this short break, hit me up. Let's play Stump the Chump. You can let me know what questions you have about National STOL, and I'd love to answer them. Let's see here. Is this the first year for Oregon Trail STOL? Yes, Tasty Basie, it is. Thanks for commenting there. That's in just a little bit this season. And I'm joined now by the leggy and vivacious Eric Farewell, co-owner of National STOL, on the mic with me right now. Eric, how you doing today? What do you think of practice so far?
Oh, man, practice has been a blast to see just how these pilots can work their way through some extremely challenging conditions and, you know, throw down some solid numbers. It's going to be a really exciting race tomorrow, but that's not what I'm here to talk about. It's surprising, but we are in Tornado Alley. Mm-hmm. And right now you look around outside, and yes, the flags are pointing different directions, but they're all kind of blowing the same way. And there looks to be no rain on the radar. Everything seems to be perfect. However, because we have a bunch of pilots and a whole bunch of beautiful airplanes here, we have been informed that there is a chance of a supercell.
Dun, dun, dun.
The earliest it would happen is around 5 p.m. So we want to let the pilots know that there are options for hangering in the area. If you want to make a departure during the practice, you're most welcome to do so. We have already messaged that out to all of our competitors, but we've got a lot of people who've flown in to watch, and we want to make sure they're aware of the potential risks as well, and we'll do our very best to mitigate them as always. But yeah, guys, there could be some bad weather in Tornado Alley. It's possible.
It is a possible thing, and thanks so much for that. We'll do our best to keep everyone updated on what the weather situation is. Again, a little sporty with the winds right now, but not a supercell yet, but good to keep tabs on things. And we've got our team of folks on the other side of this wall watching the weather. There's like 3 or 4 of them all doing computery things.
Computery things, indeed, indeed. But that said, what's been really fun about this event is we have so many volunteers coming out to create great content, including our friend Christine, who's on the field with a shirtless wonder. And I just want to say, Christine, what do you have there?
So this shirtless wonder is John McCardle, and he has made his way down here from more Tornado Alley, good old Nebraska.
Where you're from?
And exactly where I am from. And tell us about the aircraft that you're flying.
Yes, I have a Maul M5 235. It has a turbo on it. It's actually the only one with a turbo on it in the world. Yeah, I got my first victory last competition. So finished second 3 times in a row and finally won.
Quite the competition there when it comes to Brandon Korn. You guys have a little rivalry going on. Now, since you did come off of that win, what have you been doing to maintain that status for this competition?
So I pulled out my front seat. I should have done that a long time ago, but I lost about 12 pounds right there. And then I put a smaller tail wheel on it to increase the angle of attack on takeoff. So I expect I'll perform better than what I did in Virginia.
Now, you did encounter a few issues this week. We talked to Brandon about that too. He had a couple too, but so you're not alone. But what exactly were you dealing with since Monday?
Yeah, so I went to get a little practice in with a smaller tail wheel because I honestly probably have 7 takeoffs and landings with that configuration. And saw some oil leaking, pulled the cowl, and saw oil coming out of my magneto. So that was Monday night, got it into the shop. They rebuilt the magneto, got it back on Wednesday, and then Thursday had to go through and try to find the pin in the engine. Put the magneto back on, and then did the run up this morning to make sure everything was good. But we're up till 10 o'clock last night trying to get it ready.
It's not one thing, it's another. So you feel like it's running well now and you're good to go?
Yeah, should be good to go. Like I said, I haven't had a ton of practice, but I didn't have any practice at Virginia either because my rudder trim cable started fraying. So I got that replaced the day before the competition as well.
Gotta love aviation and maintenance. So do you think you're gonna head out here today, or are you just gonna hold off until tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna drain some fuel. I just pulled the chair out. But this plane does pretty well in crosswinds. It's a heavy plane with short wings, so I think it'll be all right.
Cool, thanks, John. All right, back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine and John, and yeah, the shirtless wonder. Maybe that'll be his new nickname during the broadcast tomorrow during competition. I say just lean into it. Lean into it, and maybe we name the plane that or something too. All right. Travis Meyer says, missing my STOL family. It is a great family. Thank you so much, Travis, for that comment. And yeah, like Eric mentioned, we do have some severe weather potentially in the forecast later today, as early as the next hour or so. So we're keeping tabs on that. As such, I think practice is kind of slowed down for a little bit while people decide what to do with that information and see what we're going to do. But yes, looking like a good day tomorrow here at Patriot Airpark. And we've really enjoyed practice thus far. Let's look at some of the scores we've seen put down. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. I'll switch gears. Burstick saying, don't forget to throw that thumbs up on this broadcast, guys. Every like helps get this broadcast out to more people. Burstix knows a little bit about that. He's one of the hosts of eSTOL, and we've loved having him help bring eStol out to the various folks at home. And I've actually been able to share the mic with him on the eStol broadcast, and he's great. You should go watch him out on check him out on Twitch and YouTube and all those places. What a great dude. So let's look at the scores now here at practice while we watch. If I'm not mistaken, we've got someone wrenching on a prop there, and it's a MOAC, so we're probably getting the prop exactly right for competition tomorrow. That's Colin Kaniva wrenching on things. Colin, if you can hear me, give a little wave to that camera that's looking at your beautiful self. Can't be bothered. He can't be bothered. And there's a drone. You can see the drone flying and providing all sorts of great visuals. Love seeing that flying in formation with our aircraft when they are landing. Okay, let's look at the scores. Best takeoff so far of the day in practice, Pat McIntyre with a takeoff of 103 and a landing of looks like 87 or 67. Joel Milloway, 92. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again for scores. Here we go. We currently best takeoff run of practice. Pat McIntyre with a combined score of 190. Joel Milloway just behind him with a best score of 203. James Barkheimer from Ira Ann, Texas with a combined score of 220. Brady Brooks in the Cessna 150. Jeff McMahon after James Barkheimer with a combined score of 258. Tristan Nichols behind him. So that's kind of the top bit of stuff for practice session. The big one to watch is those top three, Pat McIntyre, Joel Milloway, and James Barkheimer with 190 feet, 203, and 220. James could pull an upset like he did back at Heritage STOL. Let's look at the season standings now. In the adventure class, Keith Lang with a combined score of 33 points, followed by James with 29 points, and Jared Garrettson with 25 points. That's the top three of adventure class. Brian Shirley, who you heard from earlier today, talking to Christine, with 18 points, also tied for fourth. Adam Gordon with 18 points. Jeff McMahon with 17 points. Brian Steck, Colin Kaniva, and Luke Sport in the MOACs towards the bottom there, but they are the ones to watch. They are the heavy hitters. They're the ones that are so competitive. Backcountry class as of Heritage STOL. John Luton, 33 points. Second place, current season standings, Jerry Clemens with 31 season points. Brad Crawford with 25 points. And Joel Dobson in fourth place with 18 points. Sport class. Check it out. Pat McIntyre, 44 points in first place. Joel Milloway with 25 season points, second place. And Justin Tisdale, who was a rookie a very short time ago. Actually, Pat McIntyre was a rookie a very short time ago as well. Justin Tisdale with 24 points, tied with Ed Boyd with 24 points for third. Matt Vastine with 15 points. And Nick Ardillo in eighth. Touring class as of Heritage STOL. Check out the tied for first. You just heard from John McCardle, the Shirtless Wonder, with 43 points. He's tied for first with Brandon Korn with 43 points. Jason Brown, 25 points. Jeff Abrams, 16 points in 4th place. And the unlimited class, so far, just 3 pilots willing to challenge the unlimited class. Dan Reynolds with 25 points, Justin Metters, 18 points, and Hal Stockman, 16 points. And Dan and Hal are here this weekend, so that's going to be a big shakeup for sure in the unlimited class. So that's the season standings. Brady on the boards is Cam Walton. Hey, Cam, I can't wait to see you this weekend. And let's go back to my friend Christine in the pits. We just saw Colin Kaniva wrenching on something.
That's right, Ryan. I am here with Colin Kaniva, and as a lot of people probably don't know, some of these guys fly in with different props, and then once they get here, they adjust it for the competition. That's what Colin was working on here. So Colin, just kind of tell us that whole process and why you do it.
Yeah, so a lot of us travel long distance, so you set a different angle on your blade so you can travel a little faster. Now we want higher RPM to grab more air to get off the ground shorter. We'll slow the plane down, but give us a lot more thrust. So all I was doing was changing the pitch on the props, and it's not an exact science because everywhere you go, it's different temperature, different moisture level, different humidity, different, everything. So yeah, we change the pitch. We'll go out, I'll static test it, see, I'm shooting for a certain RPM, and once I get that, then I think I'm ready to go.
So you are going to go ahead and try and go out and give it a shot then today?
Yep, I'm going to go out and I'll at least static test it, because I'd like to hit 2,500 static or 2,600 static, and then once I know that once I go full throttle tomorrow in competition, I'll get the pull I need.
All right, fair enough. We won't keep you from this so you can get it all finished up. Thanks, Colin.
Thanks.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Christine and Colin, for taking a moment to tell us what you're working on over there. Someone watching this with their aviation fire ignited, what's the next step to get involved in aviation? So if you want to learn to fly, I think that was from Travis Meyer. That was a great question from Travis Meyer. If you want to get started in flying, the best thing to do would be, first and foremost, just go out to the airport. Find your local airport. Go check out the local FBO. See who you can meet. Pilots, in case you haven't figured it out, love talking to other pilots about being a pilot. And they can give you some guidance about what it's like in the local area. But then after that, I think the next best thing to do is while you're visiting that FBO, take a discovery flight. A lot of flight schools have a more affordable, quick flight that can let you see if you think piloting or flying would be for you. So you go up on a discovery flight with a flight instructor. A lot of times they may even let you do the takeoff yourself with them following along on the controls. And so it's a really exhilarating way to see if flying is for you. I will tell you a little personal story. I used to get very motion sick during flying when I was first learning to fly. That's something that you can overcome and fight through. So don't be afraid if that happens to you. But while you are on that discovery flight, just soak it in. Know that it's the first of many flights, I'm guessing. And go there. Now, check this out. While we're getting ready to go, Pat McIntyre with the onboard camera. He's going to go up for another practice round. The other thing I would do if you're getting involved in aviation, you want to get started as a pilot of a full-size aircraft, I would look at the alphabet organizations. That's AOPA and EAA. They can really be a big help in you learning how to fly. They've got a lot of resources for you there. The other thing that they do is both of them, I believe, compile lists of scholarships. So there are a lot of aviation private pilot scholarships available for folks of all walks of life, and that's a way to make your aviation dream happen as well. So check out the scholarships, check out the alphabet organizations, go take a discovery flight, really do that. But first and foremost, just get out to the airport, say hi, let us know what you're thinking. Every pilot I know would love to take someone under their wing, even just for 30 minutes, to provide some guidance on how to get started. If we're getting ready to practice here, the other thing I would say is if full-size aircraft isn't in the cards right now, either due to cost or time or both. There are so many other ways you can get involved in aviation. One of the sponsors of National STOL is Aviator Paramotor. That's a really cost-effective way to get into the sky. And then check out eSTOL, check out RC Aircraft, check that all out. A lot of ways to pursue your aviation dreams. All right, practice is underway again. Got some folks coming out for some runs here. Again, if you're just joining us, we're at Oscar Lima 42. That's Semper Fi landing at Patriot Airpark for Arklahoma STOL. Tristan Nichols on the line in that 2012 Carbon Cub from Sabetha, Kansas. Taxing up to the line. Our line judge there, getting those wheels in exactly the right place. Full throttle, tail up. Pulled just a tiny bit early, but that's a good one. Pat McIntyre, let's go on board with Pat. You can watch the footwork and the handwork. Notice what he does with the flaps. Tail high. Pulling the flaps, pulling it into the air. Well timed for Pat McIntyre. Here's Luke Strandland in the 2009 Murphy Super Rebel, all the way from Mora, Minnesota. That's a big plane. You heard Russ talking about the density altitude factor. And when you've got a heavy plane, that's the thing you really got to think about. Here's Joel Milloway now in the Tiger Shark. Coming off short for Joel Milloway here in practice. And you can see here we're on board with Pat McIntyre, number 40, as he's in the traffic pattern. And on base to final, we have Tristan Nichols in that Carbon Cub. We'll see if he continues to do that low approach. Yeah, the lower approach that a lot of the pilots are doing today to combat the crosswind and to get more attuned to the turbulence from the trees and the hills here at the air park. Holding it off, flaps down. Good over the line. He only gave up a couple feet. Heavy on the brakes. Stick full back. Somewhere around 150 feet for Tristan Nichols. Here comes Pat McIntyre, holding it off, just hovering it off. And it's a scratch for Pat. I'm guessing he's not too excited about that, but it's practice, so he'll be okay. Getting the tail up anyway for a little showmanship. Luke Strandland now on the short final, kind of looking like a helicopter. Bella Lucellis is watching from West Texas. My husband is in the pits, has a shirt and sticker for interview Christine. So Christine, if you can hear me, look for a gentleman who has gifts. All right, Luke coming in short as well. Getting it straightened out a little bit on the left side of the runway there. That's an airplane you can literally feel land here in the broadcast booth. Joel Milloway taking that bite out of the crosswind. See how he's coming in on an angle there? Trying to get more headwind on the airplane. And then straightening it out. Getting it stopped, stick full back for that aerodynamic braking and to keep the tail down while he brakes. As those aircraft reposition, Trevor Aldridge now back in the Super Patriot. Trevor taking off, I'm guessing more to depart for the weather, based on where he took off. Has a passenger in the back, actually. So based on what Eric shared with us about the weather, some pilots probably heading to hangars nearby, just in case. And here go our practice competitors back taxiing along the line. While they do that, I want to talk about Sarasota Avionics. Sarasota Avionics, the long-term partner of National STOL. They're your authorized Garmin dealer and the #1 aircraft avionics installing dealer in the nation for panel mount GPS avionics systems. They've got upfront pricing, superior service, and expert consultants. Sarasota Avionics is your one-stop shop for your next avionics upgrade. And now let's go out to the field with Christine Boggy.
Hey Ryan, I'm here with Eddie Sanchez, and we just saw Colin adjusting his prop.
Yes.
Now you're over here working on yours. What do you got going on?
Well, it seems like we're always working on something, right, to make it better. But for me, it's not mechanical. I'm just draining all of the 93 octane gas out and putting in race gas. It's 110 octane. So from there, I can flip a switch in the cockpit to bump the tune up to a higher horsepower. And we need that 110 octane to be able to run it at those higher horsepowers.
And can you give us a little comparison on how it runs for like one type of fuel versus the other?
Yep, so I'm running probably low 200s, maybe around 210 horsepower. And then with the race gas, I'm up to 270 or 280, which is a significant difference for something like this, so yeah.
And you're gonna get out there and practice with this now then?
I'm gonna get out there. I practiced a few times with the race gas. It didn't help me with the car gas. And then I was really just focusing on the landings. Now I need to get out there and focus on the takeoffs, and that's where the horsepower really comes in, because it's not really needed for the landings. But for the takeoffs, I need to practice those. So that's
Sounds good. All right, thanks, Eddie.
All right, you bet.
Back to you, Ryan.
Thanks so much, Christine. And if John McCardle is the shirtless wonder, then Eddie Sanchez is the mustachioed wonder in my book. There goes Luke Strandland off in the Super Rebel. Joel Milloway on the line in the Tiger Shark. And that plane is just so light, that Ranza 7, especially the way that Joel's got it configured. And we've got a newcomer to practice now coming to the line. Off nice and well. Love the landing gear on those Highlanders. Christian Grewan in that 2021 Just Aircraft Super STOL, all the way from Linden, Tennessee. And here comes Tristan. Good over the line. You can see Tristan's getting that dialed in on the braking action. You got to modulate that just right. And if we're going to see anything with rookies, like Tristan, this is his first competition. He's in the rookie class. On a tail dragger, that is the thing to watch out for, right? You got to modulate those brakes just right so you don't put the nose in the dirt. Here's Pat McIntyre. Good over the line. Keeping that tail up. Looks like Pat McIntyre improved on that last run. That's his best one so far of practice, down to 187 feet. Luke Strandlin taxiing back to parking. Which should put Joel Milloway as the one on short final. Again, he's really favoring that left side of the runway, trying to cut into the crosswind. Little bit of a touch before the line in my book, but they're calling it good. That right main looked like it touched the ground to me, but if it's good, it's good. Christian now on final approach with a scratch on the left side of that runway there. Just Aircraft Super STOL. And it's time for them to all taxi back and do it again. Want to hop into the chat now and see who else is saying hi. Preston saying, looks like a scorcher out there. Y'all stay hydrated. That's a great reminder if you're here in Pocola, Oklahoma right now. Make sure you get some water on board. Here's Tristan. Well timed. Right around 125 feet based on where the judges are reading. Pat McIntyre on the line. That plane looks more and more epic every time I see it. Grabbing that flap handle, putting the nose down, taking a bite, nursing those flaps off. Joel Milloway right behind him. These two are the ones to watch tomorrow. Very different approach for Joel Milloway. You can see he just lets it float off. He's got it tuned in just right. He can just get it to float off nice and short without taking that aggressive bite that most of the tail dragger pilots do. Here's Christian Griwan now at the line in the Highlander. Love watching the tires just droop down out of the Highlanders there. Really fun to see. Got a couple more props spinning over in the pit area. So we'll watch them get ready to go. It'll be really exciting to see. And I just want to say thank you so much. If you're watching the practice session here of National STOL Arklahoma 2024, we're so happy to have you. And we really appreciate you taking the time to share this with all your friends and support us any way you can. We're now on board with Pat McIntyre. Pat, if you can hear us, give us a little wave. Yeah, buddy. Tristan, just a few feet off the ground, holding it off. Pretty well done and dialed for that. He could maybe save a couple of feet. Could land just a couple of feet earlier, but pretty well lined up. He's stopping again around that 150-foot mark. Pat, a little bit of a float. Fighting that crosswind, dropping it in, letting those gear work. The helium, as he was joking about before, doing its work. Joel Milloway now and the Tiger Shark coming in as well. Low below the trees. Scratch, but again, very graceful. It's a different, slightly different technique between the two S7s that you're seeing right now. Christian on approach with the nose nice and high. Making those gear do the work. And he's going to give it a little bit of goose to the right there while he gets it stopped. And by get it stopped, I mean continues to taxi. Want to say thanks to Preston for the shout out for all the folks on the other side of the wall and out on the cameras. Preston says, shout out to the production crew. Y'all are doing an awesome job. I agree, Preston. Everyone's killing it today. We're all working our best to bring this show to you, especially in the heat. All right, here's Christian again, almost to the line. Taxi a little bit more. Taxi a little bit more. Bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up a little bit more. A little bit more. Close enough, I guess. While we're waiting for folks to depart, I want to go back. One thing I forgot to mention for our sponsor, Flying Eyes Optics. You can save 10% on a new pair of Flying Eyes by using the coupon code NATIONALSTOL. National STOL, next time you are in the market for high-quality eyewear, save 10%. Helps us out, too. Christian on the line waiting for release from the Air Bosses. And I see Dan Reynolds and Hal Stockman with their motors turning. And if you're just tuning in, we did get a little bit of a warning about potential severe weather in the area in the next hour or so. There is a front coming through that's currently, looks like, just east of Tulsa, but no storms attached to it yet. So we will have to see how it goes. Maybe a little bit of hail up in the Pittsburgh/Joplin area of Missouri. But down here in Pocola, you know, we're just outside Fort Smith. Nothing yet of concern. Here's Christian Griwan. Timing it pretty well, maybe just a tad bit early on the departure. Christian Fisher now in November 8-1 Lima Delta, the 2019 Carbon Cub EX2 from Cub Crafters from Dodge City, Kansas off. And I'm excited to see this aircraft. We haven't seen this fly yet. Looks like another S7. That's James Johnson off short for a first takeoff. He'll be in the rookie class tomorrow. From Byers, Colorado. He's a farmer there in eastern Colorado with 20 years of light aircraft experience, but this is his first STOL competition. Here's Hal Stockman now in the lawnmower. Sub 100 feet. And this is the moment I've been waiting for. And he teased he might not do it, but let's watch Dan Reynolds now in the Chinook, the other competitor against Hal in the Unlimited class this weekend. Also off sub 100. He looked like Dan thought it might take off a little bit sooner. Had to take 2 bites, but 2 bites in that plane, not a big deal. It's so efficient at flying, particularly slow. Here's Christian Griwan with the higher approach. We haven't seen that much today. Everyone kind of shifted to a low approach. Nose real high, tail down low. Good over the line. We have another aircraft turning final. Nice landing in the Carbon Cub there. Maybe 150, 152. Pat McIntyre just walked by the booth. He's still currently with the best score in practice. Here's the new S7, James Johnson, the American farmer. Got those vortex generators on the front half of the wing. They're along the leading edge. That helps the air stay connected to the wing. Hal Stockman on short final now. Everyone's watching with bated breath. Stopped short. 50 feet, maybe? With the classic Hal Stockman engine kill. And now the Canadian helicopter pilot. Not actually. Here's Dan Reynolds doing his best helicopter impression. Good over the line and stopped. It's going to be a tight one between the two this weekend. Christian Fisher now taxiing back. James Johnson behind him. Hal Stockman behind him. Dan Reynolds behind him. We watched Dan Reynolds taxi by. Obviously, there's one big difference to his aircraft, and that is the pusher prop. And if you want to do a little bit of research, if you're a true av geek and you want to dig into it, the pusher prop compared to a tractor configuration where the prop is in the front does actually change the way the aircraft behaves when you apply power. It'll change the pitch of the aircraft differently than the way the tractor, like traditional configuration, does. So that's fun to watch. The other thing that we've seen Dan do, although he has to be careful because the rules kind of prohibit it, but he can actually kind of lawn dart in sometimes. He's got to be careful about the nose of the aircraft touching the ground, though. That would be against the rules if I'm not mistaken. Here's Christian Fisher. Flaps down, tail down. Somewhere around the 130 mark, give or take. James Johnson on the line. Pretty centered up. Normally you'll see pilots kind of pick a side, but wind looks to be mostly down the runway now. Hal Stockman lining up. Sub 100 feet. I'm guessing maybe 125. I don't know. The parallax is bad over here. I'll let the judges do it. Dan Reynolds now taxiing up to the line in the Chinook. Stick forward, stick back. He's off real short. That was a real clean one for Dan Reynolds. And let's look at the practice standings now. Hal Stockman and Dan Reynolds unseating Pat from his best scores so far, with first and second place in practice. Dan Reynolds up front, Hal Stockman number 2. Let's go down to Christine in the pits. She's got another pilot ready to chat with us. We'll go back to Christine in just a second. Looks like we had a mic issue there. Here comes Christian Fisher in that Carbon Cub EX2. Really graceful, well-timed landing. Kind of everything you could hope for. Down around the 170, maybe 165 foot mark for Christian. James Johnson on approach. Good over the line, bouncing down. A lot of energy to dissipate for James Johnson there. Getting it stopped. Hal Stockman floating like a butterfly. Little burst of throttle to keep it off. Good over the line. Getting it stopped. In the maybe in the 85-foot mark there for Hal Stockman. And Dan Reynolds putting on an absolute clinic in slow flight. You can hear the throttle working. Watch the rudder. Dancing on that rudder just a little bit. And it fell out from him, but he captured it with a little burst of throttle and short for Dan Reynolds. Again, we saw him land in 10 feet at Swamp STOL this year. And that completes another heat of practice here in Pocola, Oklahoma at Patriot Airpark. You've been watching this whole time. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Ryan Dombrowski. You can find me online at Super Aero Flight or Super Aero. Just Google Super Aero. You're going to find it that way. You can watch me do all sorts of aviation adventures and interviews. We are gearing up for what's going to be an excellent competition tomorrow. We've got a number of grudge matches we'll be following between various pilots. We already saw Joe Milloway and Pat McIntyre with the S7 battle. We've got Hal Stockman and Dan Reynolds showing you what's what right now in the unlimited class. I want to put in perspective the landings you're seeing today. For all these aircraft, they're quite short. The average person, the average pilot, let's put in perspective. If you look at the Chinook that Dan is flying, their book number for takeoff distance is 200 feet. He's putting down numbers a quarter of that. There's Christian Fisher. By the way, Dan's aircraft average empty weight of only 500 pounds. I'd be curious to get Hal Stockman's S7 on the scale, see how it compares. Two very light airplanes. Hal Stockman, I've always felt like, uses the Lotus approach, the lightness approach. There we go. James Johnson off nicely. Pat McIntyre's on the line watching him. Probably going to give him some pointers tonight during the around the campfire, so to speak. Here's Hal Stockman now, full throttle. You're a little goose of nitrous. Wheels off. Dan Reynolds, number 9. in the Chinook. Tasty Basie says, thanks, Ryan and crew, for your hard work. Appreciate being able to watch live with everyone. We appreciate you watching, Tasty. Thank you so much for sharing it out and being such a positive force in the chat today. We hope you tune in tomorrow. And it's been a fun day here at practice. Things are kind of continuing here with these heavy-hitting unlimited competitors, but we've seen such a spread of aircraft this whole time, from giant Super Rebels down to the tiny Chinook, and we haven't seen it fly today, but tomorrow in the rookie class, I believe we even have what you would normally consider an ultralight type aircraft. Merle Potter bringing a 2023 Quicksilver MX. I'm excited to see that fly. Merle, by the way, I'm reading his pilot bio, says, my wife is understanding and patient about aviation pursuits. That airplane, let's put it in perspective. That airplane, when you see it fly later, 65 horsepower compared to other airplanes in a class with 180. Here's Christian now on the line. It's good. And you see him working to get those landing distance numbers turned down. James Johnson over the line again, bringing in a lot more speed than he probably needs to, but he's got to get that dialed in. Hal Stockman next up. Good over the line for Hal. He's got that motor turned off. Don't want any extra foot-pounds or inches of thrust. And if Hal's down, that can only mean one thing. Dan Reynolds is behind him. Dan's still in the air, taking his time. Good over the line for Dan, getting it nice and short. He doesn't need to stop. He knows what's up. Lear Flyer 45 says, I was here earlier as my father helped with the Airpark. We are very pleased to have the STOL here. Hope to see you all here again next year. We would love that, Lear Flyer 45. We would absolutely love to be back. I only got in just this morning due to some travel complications, and I got to tell you, in the short time I've been here, I've been really impressed. And it is such a beautiful, I'm actually going to take a picture right now. It is such a beautiful view from the broadcast trailer right now. All the trees in the distance. And I'm on camera. I just got told, there you go. I'll take a picture of you at home. Here, you take a picture of me. I'll take a picture of you. You're just a camera, but you're a good-looking camera. Love it. We are green flag. We're ready to go. Looks like we've got a aircraft departing now, taking the full length of the runway. That's important to mention. National STOL's runways, the race course, are always a very small portion of the runway that we are usually using. So that transient aircraft is off, which means we are back for more practice flying here at Arklahoma STOL. Just checking in with the race control crew, still keeping tabs on this potential weather issue. So far, nothing cropping up. Some forecasts changing. Some additional information maybe that we'll have some. So some of the forecast products we're looking at now saying that we'll have potentially some rain at 8 and also at 10 p.m. with light winds, but we obviously still keeping tabs on everything to make sure that things are nice and safe for everybody. But as of right now, nothing is developing as we get closer to that 5 o'clock initial forecast question. And just a little bit longer of practice to go. We've got 30 minutes left of practice for competitors to come make sure they're ready to go for tomorrow. Edward Boyd from Appleton, Tennessee, idling on the line. And I think this, if someone wants to record this and turn it into an app, the sound I'm hearing right now would be so comforting if I were to be trying to sleep right now. There's nothing like the soothing tones of Rotax after Rotax after Rotax after Lycoming. What else we got out there? Another Rotax. Oh, we even have the little Quicksilver taxiing to the line now. We've got a full complement of different styles of aircraft for you to watch here in the last 30 minutes of practice. Race control just clarifying that, the Quicksilver line, also known for its ultralight aircraft. This one in particular is not an ultralight aircraft. It's experimental home-built aircraft, amateur built, and so that's why it can participate in this class versus an ultralight, like a pure ultralight type aircraft. Here's race number 98, an S7. I'm hearing 182 from the line judges on that takeoff. That was Brandon Rice in the 2009 Rans S7. And here's Merle Potter in the 2023 Quicksilver MX Super. It's a bird. It actually is a plane. It's a mall, which means the shirtless wonder's back. John McCardle in the mall, entering practice for the first time today. And there goes race 66. Ed Smith off into the wild blue yonder. And we've got a pretty full practice heat. Matt Rutherford in the chat says, hope to do this one day. Matt, we'd love to have you. You just got to come out and get proficient in your aircraft if you fly. Matt, we'd love to learn more about the flying you do. If you don't fly yet, I gave a whole thing, a whole lesson on how to get started flying a little bit ago in the stream. But we'd love to have you in this community as part of this family. Definitely pursue it. It's a thing that's worth doing. But if you do fly, all you need to do to get into National STOL is practice, practice, practice. Just become proficient in your airplane, doing those short field techniques. As you can see, we've got everything from Cessna 150s to Quicksilvers. Scratch there for the Blue Beauty. Another S7. This might be a record for the most S7s in one competition for National STOL. Here's Brandon Rice getting it down and stopped. Good over the line, according to the judge. We're going to call it 178, maybe 180. And here's what I'm excited to see for the first time today, the Quicksilver coming in low and slow. Off the throttle, good down, and now just heavy on the brakes for the Quicksilver. That thing is cool. Yeah, I think maybe I want. I would fly. I want one of those. That looks fun. I guess I need to get a bigger hangar. Okay, here's John McCardle now, currently tied for first in the season standings in the touring class. Nose high, down with a scratch. And the 170 is down. That takes a lot of time to polish. And I am so excited because my eyes must be deceiving me. A good friend just showed up in the booth. We'll let him get situated. as we get ready for 1 or 2 final rounds of practice, I'm guessing. I have the fabulous and wonderful Cam Walton with me, everybody.
Hey.
Welcome.
I'm glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you here.
Yeah, finally made it.
Where are you coming in from today?
Coming in from home, from Little Rock, Arkansas.
Okay. Are we actually, is this a close event for you, like compared to
This
most?
is a really close event. Yeah, this is only 2 hours. Normally it's at least 5 to 12, somewhere between there.
Cam, by the way, not only has he joined me on the mic a couple times, he is also one of the photographers for National STOL, cranking out all the awesome photos that you see all over social and things like that. So we've become friends over the years following this ridiculousness, and I wanted to show you, look at that off-roading Quicksilver. We've never seen anything like that before.
That is pretty crazy.
I'd like to fly that. I think I don't know, I may be a little scared.
I think it would be pretty awesome.
I think it would
honestly.
Be awesome. I think it would be awesome.
I know that guy, Merrill.
You know him?
Yeah, he comes out to Arkansas. Whenever we have an event out at Birds, he's always out there. He either brings that or his RV.
His other aircraft is an RB-6?
Yes,
I think
I believe so. Really cool paint job on it. It's actually landed at some gravel bars before, too, surprisingly.
So he's used it for bush flying already.
Yeah.
That's great. His resume is great. Here we go now. That was Ed Boyd in we gotta come up with a nickname for that plane. The Blue Beauty. The blue something.
Something beautiful, because it is beautiful.
And now here's the S7, and I was saying before you got here, this is Brandon Rice from Louisburg, Kansas. We've got like the battle of the S7s this weekend. We've got, I think, 5 of them, maybe more. I don't know. I lost count. We got a lot of them. Brandon is from Kansas, and he transformed his S7 into the ultimate fun machine with his friends Jared and Brady over at Garrettson Aviation. Here's John McCardle now. That mall, we heard Brandon Korn talking about the mall, and he said very plainly, he said, it should outperform me. But so far it hasn't. And I liked that.
I like that too. Sounds good.
I can't say what Burstick said in the chat, but he said something about you, an expletive, and then said that you're an awesome dude.
He's an awesome dude too.
Yeah, Burstick is great, again, doing that e-stol stuff.
Yeah. I'm going to have to join him one of these days.
Well, here's something, maybe we could do this together. So, do you flight sim at all?
I don't, but I'm slowly getting into it.
So, maybe get your sim up and running, and then you and I can compete against each other in an e-stol event.
All right.
From the comfort of our basements.
An announcer's rivalry.
Yes.
All right.
I like that. Here's Merrill now in the Quicksilver. Look at that thing. That's so cool. That is so cool. A little bit over 100 feet looking like in the Quicksilver.
That's awesome.
In terms of e-stol, they were doing the e-stol event for Moses Lake last weekend. I was watching kind of the tail end of it. And I said, I would love to compete, but because I'm the announcer for this part, I'll let you guys can pick the airplane. And what they voted on was the GB.
Okay.
That was such a great approach. I didn't even hear him come in. Ed Boyd there. The GB, I don't know how to explain it to people who aren't from the aviation world. If it's new to you, just Google GEEBEE aircraft. It is not a thing that should be anywhere near a sandbar.
Yeah, no.
It's a very specific aircraft.
Very specific. It barely looks like it can be airborne.
That's true. There we go. Good landing for Brandon Rice. So you have a champ.
Yeah.
When are you bringing a champ to National STOL?
Whenever I and it are ready.
Okay. Okay. Because it would have been, well, you said it was about a 2-hour drive.
Yeah.
It would have been a 2-hour flight.
Probably. Somewhere somewhere close to there.
with the wind. Here's John McCardle getting a little dirty there. Getting it cleaned up and getting it stopped. Now, the eSTOL folks are in the chat right now, and they're saying, let's get you guys in. Heck yeah, let's do it.
All right.
All right. Gauntlet dropped. I mean, the real gauntlet to drop is for you to fly and compete in your champ and for me to come do a round with my 172.
Oh, yeah.
We could do it. You've been telling everyone about how they should do it. .170 Bravo model coming in for a stop-a-rooney. And I just saw Ed posted on social media that he's been, like, he has to basically constantly polish the aircraft, particularly in the summer. And so there is a picture of him just kind of covered in polishing compound. And he was like, you know, I kind of enjoy it. I zone out a little bit, and I just, that's the polishing noise. Okay, here's Merrill now. Let's see this landing. Good over the line.
All right.
It looks like there is a little bit of suspension in that nose wheel, but not a lot.
Not a lot, yeah.
And it doesn't even look like there's any suspension on the mains. So he's really feeling the... Yeah, bouncing around there. As if on cue, right? I believe Trevor Aldridge back from maybe what was a sightseeing flight in the Patriot. That's a cool paint job.
It is a very cool paint job.
And now I'm seeing some new aircraft with their props turning. 13 minutes left in practice. I wonder if this is Nick Ardillo taxiing up. I've said that before, and it was Christian. See if this is Nick. It also, frankly, could be... No, it wouldn't be Colin Kaniva because he's in the MOAC this weekend. I believe it's going to be Nick. I don't know. My money's on Nick. It's the right shade of red.
With you. Yeah, it is the right shade of red.
How do you... We sound like such big nerds right now. It's the right Pantone color.
There we go.
Look at this. Brandon Korn finally coming out to practice. Scott Sweet finally coming out to practice. Brian Shirley finally coming out to practice. Okay, we're saving the excitement for the end here. So let's compare when you watch Brandon Korn. Let's compare to what John McCardle was doing in the mall.
Okay, yeah.
Brandon's at a weight disadvantage in that aircraft. It's a much heavier airplane. I think, am I right? Nick Ardillo? It looks like Nick Ardillo to me.
I'm thinking so.
Yeah, Nick Ardillo, captain for a major airline. Does all the airline flying, and this is his fun flying. Was nice enough to give me a ride in his Carbon Cub last year. There he goes, off nice and well. He flies that thing with the precision of an airline pilot and is really good at the very regimented about his checklist. Here's Scott Sweet in the Belanca. That plane's a working plane on his ranch. He's told me stories about putting, and I quote, putting a beef in the back. Brian Shirley now in the MOAC. Legend Aircraft. Brandon Korn in the 205. That is a loud airplane.
That is a very
And I don't know
loud
if you noticed, Cam, we're like close.
Yeah.
We are close to the action. Nick Ardillo should be on approach now. I wanted to mention one of our sponsors, Legend Aircraft. You've got Brian Shirley in the MOAC in the pattern right now. That's made by that company. They continue to be the most coveted American manufactured sport aircraft. They're a modern legend. They're all new factory-built aircraft designed in the spirit of the legendary Piper J3 and PA-18 Super Cubs. Here's Nick now. Little burst of throttle to get him over the line. It gives him a little bit of energy, but look, he's stopping nice and short. Getting a nice little formation set up here. Scott Sweet over the line, good. Bouncing and bouncing and bouncing. Windows closing on him there. I don't know, I haven't looked close enough, but on like J3s, you know, there's that clip, clip that holds it up. I don't know if it's the same type of thing in the Belancas. Do you... In the Champ, it's like a car door style, but can you roll the windows down?
I can slide the windows back.
You slide them back.
Yeah. I have a seaplane door as well on mine, so mine's a little special.
Brian Shirley, good over the line, getting that tail up while he's heavy under braking. Everyone's trying to avoid that mud pile in the middle of the runway there.
It's not like the aircraft can't handle it. They just don't want dirty airplanes, apparently.
Well, Trevor was here earlier today and was talking about how, you know, that mud is less grippy than grass.
Yeah.
Here's Brandon Korn now in the 205, this monster of an airplane for a competition like this. That's a scratch for Brandon Korn. I actually want to look at the... So we have Luke Strandland's here in the Murphy Super Rebel.
Okay.
And that's a big airplane. I wonder which one's bigger.
That's a good question. Murphy is a hoss of an aircraft.
Brandon was like, I'm ready to go. getting ready for another round of practice with just a few minutes left on the practice clock. Here's Nick Ardillo. Any thoughts on Nick Ardillo's flying style as you've watched him and photographed him?
Not anything in particular. I mean, I think he does an excellent job, especially compared to the other guys and the other Carbon Cubs. I mean, they all pretty much have a great style, especially with how that aircraft performs on its own.
Little early for Brian Shirley there. And when we say that, you'll notice, folks, if you've not tuned in before, what you'll see is the airplane isn't quite ready to fly when the tail hits the ground on those tail draggers. Here's Brandon Court. Wah, it's loud. Brandon knows how to really make that thing fly. It's so big, so heavy. Getting ready to go. By the way, just on a personal note, I just got a text from my wife. She says there's a hornet trapped in our daughter's bathroom. And that is normally a thing that Dad would take care of. But I am not there. I am here. So if you're watching this, Kristen, I am sorry. And you could just leave it in there until I get back. Just keep the door shut. Shove some towels underneath the bottom of the door and just let it do its thing. It'll die eventually. I'll come take care.
A live Hornet.
A live Hornet. Yeah, not an F-18 Hornet in the bathroom.
Not a die-cast model.
No, like a real Hornet. Okay, Nick Ardillo now. Higher approach, making those gear work. And gonna go over that side of the runway a little bit. Scott Sweet now with the lower approach style. On final approach. Getting it stopped almost right in front of the booth, somewhere around the 225 mark. That's a 1974 Belanca Scout, and I always think the names of the Belancas are so goofy. It's the 8 GCBC. How do you keep them all straight?
You need a degree in them.
Big bit of throttle there for Brian Shirley in the MOAC. Saved him from the scratch. Down around 170. We have a really good view of this this one chunk of the race course. Brandon Korn bringing her in. If I'm not mistaken, Brandon made every competition last year.
Yep, every single one.
That's something. That's a lot of air miles. Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of air miles too.
He's got that whistle, that nice whistle to his prop. And practice should end in the next 2 minutes, we're seeing. I don't know if they're going to let him do one more run and call. So we got one more circuit for practice here at Arklahoma STOL here at Patriot Airpark. Now, you can school me on this because you're from around here. I've been saying Pocola. Pocola, Oklahoma.
I'm probably saying it wrong too. I say Pocola.
Pocola.
But that's
No,
probably
you're
wrong.
probably right. I'm from Wisconsin.
I mean, I'm from Arkansas, so.
Yeah, but it's Arklahoma.
Yeah,
We're on the border. No, wait. Pocola? No, Pocola.
Pocola.
Pocola. I feel like I do this every time. Every National STOL event, once a month, I'm at someplace going, am I saying the name of the town right? Pocola. Pocola. You say Pocola, I say Pocola. Pocola. I like Pocola.
I like what's right.
Whatever's right. Someone will have to fill us in later today. Okay, here
Somebody
we
in the chat.
Yeah, in the chat. Someone phonetically spell it out. Nick Ardillo giving it the beans. Scott Sweet on the line, getting ready to go. Scott Sweet giving it the beef. Unfortunately, I don't have another joke to make. Brian Shirley not going to go early. He's actually off pretty short there for Brian Shirley. And here's Brandon Korn in the 205. Bounce there for him, knocked it right off the cob for Brandon Korn. Nothing. Nothing.
It took me a second.
Okay, here's Nick Ardillo coming in on final for his last landing of practice here in Oklahoma at Arkansas 2024. A lot of brake fade for Nick Ardillo today. Or maybe he just didn't want to hit the mud. Russ Keith is walking by, and I'm realizing that I still have not become a card-carrying member of Airplanes and Coffee like I promised him the last time I saw him, which was in Texas last year. Here's Scott Sweet over the line, bouncing a bit, a little bit on the left side, straightening it out. Stick fullback. Good to go. That's Scott Sweet. Who do we have left? We've got Brandon Korn at the back. Brian Shirley.
Oh.
Nice high alpha. Approach there for him, getting it all on the gear, getting it straightened out, and stop. That's a very respectable landing for Brian Shirley. And last but certainly not least, Brandon Korn in the 205. Last landing of practice here at Arklahoma. What a cool shot.
Yeah, it is awesome.
And a scratch for Brandon Korn. So that completes practice today here at Arklahoma. Remember, go to nationalstol.com/vote, nationalstol.com/vote to vote for your favorite pilot today and tomorrow. Remember, the pilot that actually gets the most votes wins a prize. And if you're in the general Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, what other states are Kansas? Yeah, just come on down.
Yeah.
Come on down. It's going to be a great show tomorrow here at Patriot Airpark, Semper Fi Landing. Would love to have you. Hopefully things have dried out a little bit by then, although honestly it's just a few wet spots here and there. You guys know when we want to go live tomorrow. And we have a pretty thick roster of pilots. We have 43 pilots out of the 50 that were signed up. That is a huge amount for a big first-time event like this. So that's going to be really cool. Make sure you go to nationalstol.com to figure out where you can find us. If you want to find us on YouTube, you want to find us on Facebook, you want to find us on Discord, and that's where you'll find the streams for tomorrow posted tomorrow morning. Very excited to have you. Cam, any closing thoughts now that you're here in Pocola?
Man, I'm excited to be here. Can't wait for tomorrow. Can't wait to see everybody flying. I mean,
who do you have anyone that's a favorite for you to? I know they're all your children are your favorite, but who's your favorite?
Oh, well, Russ is my favorite. I mean, Airplanes and Coffee is my favorite, but Patrick is definitely my favorite. Joel and Brandon and Jerry. I mean, I could keep naming names.
You just named like 10% of the field.
Man.
No, I don't know. Yeah, they're all. It's going to be super fun to watch. Burstic says, later, guys, great show. Thank you for watching. If you're in the crowd, if you're in the online audience, thank you so much. This is Cam Walton, the fabulous photographer. Look him up at, where can they find you?
Cam Walton Images on Facebook.
Rock on. Cam Walton Images on Facebook. I'm Ryan Dombrowski. Check me out, Super Aero Flight on Instagram. We'd love to come chat with you there. Everyone, have a fantastic rest of your Saturday. We will see you tomorrow. It's not Saturday yet. Have a fantastic Friday. Rest of your Friday. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. Fly safe.
The world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page. With each new adventure, another page is written, another story etched upon the soul. It is time to embrace the uncharted, the extraordinary. It's not the years in your life that count, but the life in your years.
At Pappy Aero, we take pride in being the curators of aviation with our line of high-quality washes and waxes. Proudly made in the USA, we believe in preserving our aircraft to be passed down to the next generation of aviators and caretakers. But our mission goes far beyond the horizon. That's why we are proud to dedicate 10% of every sale towards aviation scholarship programs that empower and uplift the next generation of pilots. Visit us today at pappyaero.com and get the best fly. Use the coupon code NationalStol for 15% off at checkout.